this a time to retrench? How much of this is real? How much of this is, to Matt's point, is just pushing things down the road? And so the uncertainty filters into the market, and that's why, although we're coming off a banner month, things have kind of flattened out a little bit, and that's sort of the recent. The tariff up and downs, and yet yesterday the court threw a monkey wrench into everything. So you just don't know. And as an investor, you really don't know where the S&P is going to head. And we're close to highs. I think we're about 4% from a all-time high on the S&P. So what do you do? When do you enter? And that's a tough call.
All right, Eric, great having you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
Eric Weiner there from Bloomberg News. Coming up, we discuss the tariff back and forth with Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson, who says they think the bottom is in. So the second half is likely to be better than the first. This is Open Interest.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. 3,000 journalists and analysts.
The markets haven't really had to come to grips with the idea that the economy might be slowing. We haven't really had that one piece of very, bad hard data where it's like, oh, aha, like sort of, recession risks are higher than we thought.
And that was Neil Dutta of Renaissance Macro on Bloomberg Television earlier today, speaking about the fragility of markets these days. Let's discuss now with Morgan Stanley Chief U.S. Equity Strategist and CIO, Mike Wilson. And Mike, it didn't feel like things were that fragile in May, a gain of 6.2% on the S&P 500, despite what we were just talking about in the last block. All this uncertainty that's out there, all this caution from corporate America. What do you make of where we stand right now?
Well, I would say the fragility got priced. We had a big sell-off, 20% sell-off plus 30, 35% in most stocks. And I think that the fragility now has moved to the bond market. That's where the main concern is now, whether it's the global bond market with JGBs, kind of getting out of bounds. And of course, now with, term premium in the U.S. Treasury market, I think that's where the risk is the greatest. The growth fears have subsided because, look, we did take the off-ramp on the tariff concerns. And And from my perspective, I mean, like we were probably weeks away from having a recession. If those 140% plus tariffs had stayed on, I don't think there's any, it's very little doubt that corporates would have had to take action with the labor cycle. But now that it's backed off and the stock market's up, you know who watches stocks more than me and us? CEOs.
Yeah.
Okay. So stock market recovers, loosens financial conditions. They say, you know what, hold off on the layoffs because things may be turning around. And I think we bought ourselves quite a bit of time. And that's why the markets responded to that. I don't think it's unusual.
CEOs rarely admit that to us.
That's why I was laughing.
Yeah,
They always say, I don't watch the stock on the day-to-day basis. But of course they do. Yeah. Mike, you think that the bottom is in and that the second half is going to be better, or at least you started the year saying the second half is going to be better than the first half. Do you still think that? I mean, obviously we came down a lot, but we came back a lot. And now we're, flirting with 6,000 again. That's right.
Markets and economies are reflexive. Okay. We know that. And, I think we had a unique view coming into this year. Our view is that things were already slowing dramatically, and particularly on earnings. Earnings revision breadth was rolling over. The AI story was losing steam. Okay. But all of those things now have bottomed from a rate of change standpoint. And that's what stocks care about. That was the focus of our mid-year outlook, was that the rate of change is now bottomed. It bottomed in economic terms, right, and fiscal monetary policy, I think, is bottomed in terms of the most hawkish we're going to see. And that is all going to now lead to a better rate of change in the second half, which the stock market is already discounted.
All right, Mike, we are.
Hello, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Just a reminder, I do a morning coffee review of the market that lasts anywhere from a half an hour to an hour, starting at around 8 o'clock, 8:15 or so. And then we transition into the live stream on Rumble and YouTube to follow the markets. This show is usually about 4 to 5 hours long. And anything can happen. It's totally unscripted. All right. It's all live stream, breaking news, and my take on what's going on in the market. Help support my work by subscribing to all the channels I have. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those channels. I talk about many different things. This show, things that may be pertinent to you in terms of scientific endeavors or discoveries, health and wellness, finance, economics, geopolitics. So a lot. I cover a lot of topics here. So please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. The links are in the description of this video and all my videos. And if you would like, please help support by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations and the paid membership that allow me to do these videos for free. I don't put anything behind a paywall. Everything's for free. You can also purchase the different products that I have. If you are a domestic consumer, all right, you can purchase the supplements and they get mailed out to you. But if you are an international audience, you can help support my work by sharing the links, making sure you subscribe, and you can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on my website, or be a paid member on Patreon, because I don't ship internationally. So please help support my work by donating, by subscribing. But if you're a domestic viewer, take a look at the great products that I offer. I offer very high quality supplements that I take as part of a health protocol, an anti-aging longevity protocol, all right? And by taking my experience on this and the research, you can couple supplements together to improve your health, but it needs to be done in a holistic way. And I'll explain this throughout the show on how to do that. And I'm going to show you also how to make money. So I'm telling you how to get healthy and how to make money at the same time, all for free. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, some of the great products that I offer are structural nano silver soaps. They're very high quality soaps that I use. I have 4 different types. I have it in lavender, in peppermint, and also I have it in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few bars of the great structural nano silver soaps that I have. Help support the work and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Use discount 5, all caps, the number 5, and you get $5 off any order. All right, with that said, let's, the markets are going to be opening up pretty soon here. So let's
own the Olive Garden, which is lovely. They're ringing the opening bell today. The stock has tripled in the past 5 years. It's up 50% in the past 2 years. They're doing pretty well. First Interstate Bank System, ringing the bell down at the NASDAQ marketplace. Very interesting company there.
Okay. All right. The market's open. So the S&P 500 is at 5,891. VIX is at 19.64. Euro USD is at 1.13. Oil is trading at 60.62. BITO is trading at 22.24. And the Japanese yen is trading at 143.96. We would like to see the Japanese yen at over 145. If it goes below 140, that's a very big problem in the international markets. VIX being below 20 is good, but I'd like to see it more closer to the 17 mark or 16 mark. It's at 1962. So there's a little bit of stress in the market right now, and markets are down. The S&P 500 in the open is down 20 point. It's around 20 points down. Now, natural gas is trading at 3.5. In the after hours, it was having a sell-off in natural gas and in oil based on the tariff breakdown negotiations between China and the United States. UCO is trading at 20.23. Gush is trading at 20.79. DRIP is trading at 11.02. And we want to go over Bitcoin. Bitcoin's trading at 105.6. And that's when I say that, I mean 105,600. And oil is trading at 50.24. Oil is the ETF for natural gas. TYD, which is the long for the 7 to 10 year treasury basket, it's a leveraged ETF that's trading at 24.42. The 10-year yield is at 4.4 and the 30-year yield is at 4.9. So things are stable. Nothing's out of control here, but it is a little down based on the news that took place early in pre-session. So let's listen into Bloomberg right now here.
Just not as broad. I mean, there are 4 large companies spending all the money. There are maybe 8 to 10 big beneficiaries of that spending. That was like a mini bubble. We talked about that at the end of last year. One of the reasons we were a little bit more negative on some of those stocks coming into the year was because there was a deceleration in growth. But it's not like in the 1990s when you had every enterprise overspending on equipment. You had this huge IT spending bubble. So I don't agree that we're in a bubble, but I do think the policy we've chosen, okay, which is to kind of at every sign of trouble come in and stop it. It does elicit that type of behavior where that's why you get this chasing going on because buy the dip is a function of that policy that we've been doing for 15 years.
Yeah, and I mean, largely, if you take a look over the grand scope of time, buy the dip has worked because stocks go up in the long run. But I take your point. It kind of feels like bubbles in the eye of the beholder here. But I am curious where you think we go from here, especially when it comes to the AI trade. That narrative had been out there that, it was getting kind of tired. There was a lot of existential worries over DeepSeek and cheaper models coming through.
Canceling leases.
Exactly. But it feels like, especially with these NVIDIA results that were this week somehow, it feels like a long time ago, we're still putting our foot on the gas here.
Well, what I would say is that the AI is transitioning from the infrastructure plays, okay, so the investment cycle to the adopter phase. And that's what we've been talking about for the last 6 months is now we have the compute power. It's built. There's going to be more to be built, but that initial surge is kind of done. And now it's going to continue, but at a slower pace. And now the fun part starts, right? Let's build the application layer. Let's build the killer applications that then can make, we can diffuse the technology into the economy. The price is coming down. That's when technology takes off. That is the essence of Moore's law and tech diffusion. That's when you can actually get the productivity benefits. And so we've always had the view that 25 was going to be in terms of the productivity, but 26 and 27 is when we think that productivity benefit can start to come through.
Is that what drives us to 6,500? I mean, that combined with the fact that tariffs turn out to be not so bad, at least at these levels, and no one cares if we blow out the deficit another couple $1 trillion.
Well, it's another part of our rate of change argument, right? So that AI now is moving to
focus on the rate of change. That
exactly.
was the title of your note.
Exactly. And so like AI was a negative in terms of ROE and return on invested capital. It was a cost. And now the rate of change on AI from a broader market perspective is turning into a tailwind for margins and productivity. And that's what the market is. That's another factor in our more positive view over the next 12 months.
Well, I actually want to go back to the bond market. Speaking of the deficit, you mentioned before the break that things are actually looking a little bit fragile, not so much in the equity market, but perhaps the bond market. And I'm curious, in your role as chief U.S. equity strategist, how much time are you spending looking at the 10-year yield?
Well, I spend a lot of time looking at the 10-year in any environment because it is the pricing mechanism for all assets. As we've said for years now, 450 is kind of that crossover point, and it still continues to be a crossover point. When you get north of 450 on a 10-year, you start to see negative correlation to equity multiples. Okay, so we're right around that level. And by the way, I'm pretty sure the authorities know that as well. So they try to defend those levels. I don't think we're going to see a real defense.
Authorities meaning the Fed.
All of Fed, Treasury,
but not Congress. You're not.
Well, Congress is a different animal. I mean, and I've made this statement before. It's maybe controversial. I believe Treasury is somewhat captured by Congress, right? They got to fund it. And the Fed is somewhat captured by Treasury. They got to help out. So they work, it starts with the spending and then it trickles down. And so, I don't think we're going to see an aggressive action until we get to 5. If we get to 5%, we said this last time, going to 5% is going to be bad for stocks in the short term.
Right.
However, if we get to 5%, I'm pretty confident they're going to intervene.
Well,
and that will be positive.
For better or worse, it feels like we are just glued to 4.5%. We just toggle around in a range around
until we get
number.
over it.
Until we get over it.
And then we watch for 5.
But then we go back down and we're back at 4.5%. At least that's been the story of the past couple months. So Mike, what do you make of that?
Well, I would say the other side of that too is let's not ignore what's going on in Japan. Okay. So, they're way ahead of us in terms of using, the money printer to kind of backstop bond market. They've been doing it for 30 years, right? And QE, they were the originators of that. And we followed suit. And so now the question is, okay, now they have inflation. Okay. And the yen, by the way, is a big part of that. So the question is, can they control the yen's movement? I don't know if they're more focused on the yen going south of 140, okay, or they're more focused on keeping JGBs from blowing out the higher levels. But it appears to me, as an observer of markets, that when the 10-year yield or 30-year yield gets to a certain level in Japan, or the yen gets closer to 140 against the dollar, we also see intervention. So these are all related. But the fact that we're seeing these things get pinned around these key levels suggests to me that they're observing it and they're gonna try to control that.
All right, keep an eye on Japan. We'll be doing that over the weekend. Hope you have fun too. That is Morgan Stanley's Mike Wilson. Great to speak with you. Let's take a closer look at this market right now. It is the end of the month and things could get weird as we get closer to the close, but at least where we stand right now, we're looking at very slight losses. And you take a look at the breakdown of this market, there's more breadth to the downside. You can see that only 139 names in the S&P 500 are higher right now, much more to the downside. You have one relatively big gainer today, and that is Costco. This is an earnings story, of course. We heard a little bit from the company about how they're navigating tariffs, and shareholders seem to like that news. You also have Netflix and Palantir moving higher. You take a look to the downside, though, and this is where things could get dicey because your biggest loser on a points basis right now is NVIDIA, chopping about 5 points off the index, down about 1.3%. Then you have Apple, Amazon, Tesla also trading to the downside as well. That could become a big weight as we get deeper into the trading day. But let's take a look at the sector level as well. It's broadly the same story, limited upside here. Consumer staples taking the lead right now. That, of course, comes down to Costco. You also have utilities in the green as well. A very defensive setup on the last trading day of the month. You go down the list right now, tech, healthcare, and energy in the red, Matt Miller.
Yeah, all red. We could turn around and see some gains at the end of the day, right? It's
Could
the
get
last
weird.
the last day of the month. A lot of window dressing could be in store. Coming up, one more measure in President Trump's proposed tax bill is alarming Wall Street. A real concern, especially for foreigners or investors in foreigners. We'll tell you what it is next.
All right, let me give you my analysis of the S&P 500 and oil for right now. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,889. So it's having problems at that 5,950 level. And I've been saying that there's going to be a trading range. It's going to be consolidating until we get positive news from the tax bill and from tariffs. And then that will be an accelerant to get past the 6,000 and to hit an all-time high for the S&P 500. I'm still targeting the all-time high for the S&P 500 by the end of July. So the all-time high is around 6,130. So let's take a look at what are some of the support levels. The nearest support level for the S&P 500 is 5,750. It's a non-fib sequence support level. It's what I call a non-structural support level. The structural support level, which is a fib sequence, is 5,500. So could the market go further down? Yes, but most likely it's going to stop and be backstopped by the 5,750 level. So there's going to be this bouncing back and forth between 9,000, between 5,950 and the 5,750, and most likely stay in that very low 5,900 range or the 5,800 handle. All right. So it's just going to be bouncing around for a little while, waiting for positive news from the tax bill and the tariffs. But when that does happen, it's going to pop. So when this is happening, these fluctuations that are happening that are minor, buy into the market. All right. Now, the VIX is trading at 19, so it's still relatively safe. We were trading in, VIX of 50 not that long ago, 5-6 weeks ago, right? And then it started trading in the 30 range, the 40 and the 30 range. We're below 20. Things are okay. Now, like the Morgan Stanley representative said, you got to take a look at the Japanese yen. And like I said, if it breaks 140, it's major stress in the financial markets. And if it goes above 145, you know what? Guess it's less stress in the financial markets. Now on the dashboard, I have a ticker called SR3, and that's the so far lending rate for the 3-month between banks. So that's at no change right now. All right, so there's not that much stress in the bank. If you start seeing that number right now, it's trading at 95.68. In a perfect world, lending would have zero there would be 0% yield, 0% on so far if it was trading at 100. So basically what you do is you just take the price and subtract 100, and that's the actual percentage for the yield. Now, if that number goes down, that means that there's stress in the market, right? It's non-changing, and it hasn't been moving. I've been watching this for a while. It hasn't been moving. There's no stress in the financial markets right now, seriously stressed. But there are 2 data points that took place. And the ECB is a little worried about certain bank exposures and the news that's coming out about China's banks. China has a lot of depositor certificates that are expiring. And the question is will those depositors in China move the money out of their banks, or will they or keep it in the bank? All right. So how it basically works for like a CD account is let's say you have $10,000, you put it in a CD at the bank, and you can withdraw it based on the CD, let's say 3 months or 1 month or 1 year or whatever. So let's say for these certificates, it's a 1-year certificate. So the person deposited money into the bank with a certain percent yield coming back within a certain payment frequency, either quarterly, monthly, or maybe annually. A lot of these are coming due in China. The question is what people will do with the money once those expire. Will they pull it out of the banking system or not? If they do, then there's going to be a bank run in China. But I've been watching very carefully what's going on with the international markets. And besides China, I don't see that there's some sort of contagion in the banking industry. So I don't think that's an issue. So that's something to keep in mind. All right. But we'll keep on watching it. You know, like I said, a great international stress indicator is what happens with the Japanese yen. And I've been looking at that thing for more than 20 years. All right. And it's pretty damn good indicator in terms of finding stress in the market. Now, oil's trading at 60.49. Big thing is that OPEC is going to say that they're going to raise production for July. That should suppress the price for Brent and for WTI. So these may be moments in time to buy some shares in ETFs that are long in oil, accumulate, and then you'll see a pop up. So what's going to happen is I suspect that we're going to see it break 60, but it won't break 60 for very long and then pop back up. All right. What I've normally been doing is just trading, buy at about a 60 handle and then sell at about a high 62 or a low 63 handle and just play that trading range. But with OPEC making their announcement soon here, there's probably going to be a price decline in oil short term. That may be a time to buy. I'm waiting for that. If 60 breaks, if we start trading in a 50, like a 59, 58 handle, I'll buy oil. All right, now, so let's talk about resistance points for oil, for WTI. So oil major resistance level is going to be 65. The next resistance level is going to be 68.50. Right? It's going to be a while before we see 68.50. But it's possible after OPEC does their production hiking and it kind of, starts to wind down throughout the year, we may see this spike back above 65. It's going to take a few months probably. Now, support level, major support level, 64. I'm sorry, not 60, 54. So 65 for resistance, the next resistance level, 68.50, and a major support level at 54. It's a fib sequence support level, so it's extremely important, and it bifurcates the trading range pre-COVID. And that trading range was around, 51 to about 63, 64, depending on if you trim out the 3 sigma movement. But that trading range, and that's why I've been playing around with the 60 to 63 range with the trading. So that's what you want to look out for. So major support level at 54. Now that's because of break-even points, and it doesn't normally stay below the break-even point in the United States. There's some analysts that are stating that Cushing facility in the United States, which collects the oil and then distributes it, is low on inventory. Well, if that's the case, then it can't stay low, below 60 for very long. So, and then our strategic reserves are being refilled again slowly. So that's also helping to pull oil barrels off the market. All right. So it can't stay down for very long, but OPEC will make the markets move when they make their announcement, their official announcement. They've been whispering it for a little while. So just keep that in mind. Let's go back to Bloomberg here, but I just told you on how to make money. If you pay attention and you did what I just said, you'll do fine. And the ones that were listening to me 6 weeks ago, and I said, start accumulating shares at the 4,800 range for S&P 500. And then when it went to 5,000 and when it went to 5,500, and I kept on telling you where the support levels were, where the resistance levels were, you would have, in your new deployed money, you would have earned anywhere from 10 to 22% in 6 weeks. If you just listen. But all these other podcasters that said it was all doom and gloom, no, take the volatility as your friend. That's what you want. You want chaos if you want, because that's where the money is. I mean, but there's a lot of stupid people out there that just never will learn.
Everybody's been sidetracked by the taco trade.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
now we're reading about Section 899.
We should have all been listening to those tax lawyers.
Yes.
Luckily,
Matt, listen to your tax lawyer.
there you go. Luckily, of course, David Papadopoulos and the markets team had it covered. Really appreciate the time and reporting. Encourage everyone to go on Bloomberg.com and read that story. But coming up on this program, the S&P, it had a stellar month, but cracks are emerging as we roll into June.
The S&P 500 is doing another leg down. It's at 5,878. But VIX is still hanging in there at below the 20 mark. It's at 1977. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work I do. All right. Like I said, I cover the news. I tell you how to benefit from the markets and my perspective on this. All right. But I'm also telling you how to improve your health. All right. And by purchasing the products in my store, it allows me to do this show for free. It's like part of a social contract, all right? You know what that is, right? So please help support the work by getting the products that are on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And these are products that I use, all right? If you follow my protocol, you're going to slow down the aging process. I'm in my 50s. And believe me, I'm sure I can do more push-ups, sit-ups, and, run a lot more miles than Alex Jones can. And Alex Jones is actually younger than I am, chronologically. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver drops. I have them in 3 different flavors. You can get it in blueberry, but I also have them in cherry flavor and in honey and lemon. Very high quality structural nano silver drops. Use them during the cold season, during the allergy season, or even if you have poor air quality. When sometimes in a dense area like New York, the air quality will spike up in terms of poor air quality, and you got to worry about it. All right, so take the lozenges right away, and what it's going to do is it's going to create the secretions and protect your oral cavity and your oropharynx. And when you're maintaining that mucosal barrier, you're helping your immune system. But if you don't do that, it's going to fester, it's going to cause inflammation, upper respiratory infections, and can get worse. So the whole point here is to mitigate it right away. So during the cold season, during the allergy season, and during poor air quality season, make sure you use the structural nano silver lozenges or drops. And oh, by the way, you heard that little thing called chemtrails, right? Well, it's affecting the air, trust me. And also get the lozenges. The lozenges are a little bit bigger than the drops. And with the drops, you get 100 per bag. With the lozenges, you get 21 per bag. But elderberry zinc is in stock. So please get a few bags of the elderberry zinc or the cherry, blueberry, or honey and lemon drops. Very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You get a discount if you use discount 5. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. Use the drops. Make sure you have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need them. You mitigate the problem right away. It won't fester. If you're chronically have allergies, or you're chronically sick, or chronically having problems breathing poor air quality, you're literally aging faster because it takes time for your body to remodel. Even though you may feel better, it takes, depending on how bad it is, a very mild infection, very mild, takes 2 weeks to heal the tissue. 2 weeks. So if you get sick 3 times a year, then literally 9 weeks out of the year, you're sick or healing. Well, while you're healing, you're aging. While you're healing, right, during that process, your immune system is focused on healing those damaged tissues and not healing other parts of your body. So that when you're chronically sick, what happens is that you literally will age faster. And this is the reason why you see people that are sick all the time, they look older. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos.
Exacerbated by their more mechanical flows. But overall now we find ourselves with people much more balanced and probably better positioned moving forward. Right. Not so long, not so short, but more cautious, but still in the market.
So maybe back to a more neutral stance. We have 30 seconds left with you. Give us the bearish take. What are all the things that could go wrong over the next half of the year?
Yeah, I think some of your other guests touched upon it. There is more uncertainty now. We're back to this. What will Trump do next? He seems to be on the ropes again. He's lost some credibility. He's obviously being insulted by this sort of taco trade concept. And on top of that, we haven't really gone anywhere with the budget bill. Now we have lost the tariff revenue for that bill, and that was actually a tailwind for stocks because it would be more stimulative than thought. Now that may not be the case. Obviously, there's still several more weeks till we get more of a final version from the Senate. All this just creates greater uncertainty. No one wants to step in front of that. And then we're all still sitting here waiting for the hard and soft data to tell us really what the real story is. Are we going to go down to the soft data, which has been weaker, or are we going to come up to the hard data, which is still hanging in a little bit, but cooling?
All right, Michael, great to have you on the program.
I have this phrase that I borrowed from J.P. Morgan back, from the 1800s, and early 1900s. Guess what? Never bet against the United States, ever. When you see uncertainty, when you see this is an opportunity to buy, it's an opportunity to accumulate shares. So when there is that pop back up, you're benefiting from it. And then you can either stay in the market and ride it or close out some positions and put it into cash. But that's how it's done. So it's not doom and gloom. All those podcasters that said that there was doom and gloom about 6 weeks ago, they were all fucking wrong. All of them. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. But if you listened to me, you would have done better. Much better. All right. So what I want to do is I want to go to... okay, so hurricane preparedness is being discussed by DeSantis in Florida right now. And I want to go to CNBC talking about a crisis could be brewing in the world of private credit.
I mean, it's nothing new, but it is kind of new trend-wise. It's been emergent and front of page now for maybe the past 5 to 7 years.
Yeah, and growing rapidly.
We haven't, and yes, everybody's getting involved, but it can't all be just rainbows and unicorns, right? That's the whole point of this.
I mean, everything starts that way, right? I mean, if you go back and look at any other asset class or emergent asset class, it's usually very high quality stuff. So when you talk about Apollo, you talk about Ares, you talk about Blue Owl and all these other companies, they're lending to companies, senior secured debt. So it is, collateralized by underlying assets. It's AAA type stuff. The Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, though, just released a study asking whether or not private credit, which is disintermediating some of the big banks and loaning to large businesses, whether or not there's systemic risk there, because banks are now providing credit lines to private credit firms as they wait to draw down their capital. And the question is, are the banks themselves now exposing themselves to business risk and recession risk should things go south from here?
Just how big is the private credit market vis-a-vis the Wall Street banks that are now, in essence, almost backstopping them with regard to providing liquidity for some of these loans?
So about $1.7 trillion has been raised in the last several years for private credit. And so that's more than there is, high quality paper to lend to or high quality business to lend to. So it all starts with, as I said before, lending to AAA senior secured credits, which are backed by the underlying, physical collateral that companies have. The question is, when you get to 1.6 and it's now going to grow to potentially in excess of $3 trillion, then do these private credit firms start lending to lesser credits that do not have secured debt? So it's basically uncollateralized. And then what happens to the bank exposure if indeed something goes wrong?
Have there been lessons that we've learned in other credit events in the past, great financial crisis and prior as well, that deal with emerging or frontier type, products that have become then more mainstream? Are we better equipped now to deal with what could be a possible credit issue on this side of the business, given what we've seen in the past?
So it's interesting. I've spoken to some existing officials, former officials, and some of them are actually unaware of what this chain looks like, of the bank lines of credit going out to private credit firms, which, by the way, a lawyer who's involved in structuring these products told me the lines of credit from banks are secured by the loans that the private credit firms are making. So you almost have like a second lien position for the bank. So it's not the first one to get the asset if something goes wrong. So there's some concern there. And I would not fully compare this to the great financial crisis where collateralized debt obligations were the problem, but this involves collateralized loan obligations, or CLOs. So there is a similarity to this, and it's something we need to watch closely because of
breaking news. There's breaking news on University of Michigan 5 to 10 year inflation expectations at 4.2%. Preliminary was 4.6%, so it's actually better. So that should be positive for the market, actually. We'll see. We'll see what happens here.
Individuals for owning U.S. assets that give them income. What exactly do you think that does, especially vis-a-vis private credit when people are buying up these?
Michigan survey, May current conditions at 58.9, which is better than expectations. I'm sorry, Michigan May expectations index at 57.9 versus preliminary 46.5, so that's better. 1 year expectation inflation at 6.6% versus preliminary 7.3. These are all positive data that's coming in. So inflation is actually expectation is much better. And the sentiment is much better, 52.2 versus 51.5. So that should be all positive for the market.
Instead of calling in favor.
All right. Let's take a look at it. I want to go to the MSNBC talking about the debt here. This was 1 hour ago. That was
House Speaker Mike Johnson is responding after, as we said, Elon Musk expressed his disappointment in the sweeping domestic policy bill passed by House Republicans last week. Here's more of what Musk told CBS News, followed by Speaker Johnson's new comments.
So, I was disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it, and undermines the work that the Doge team is doing.
I actually thought that when this big, beautiful bill came along. I mean, everything he's done on Doge gets wiped out in the first year.
I think a bill can be big or it can be beautiful, but I don't know if it could be both. My personal opinion.
I sent my good friend Elon a long text message last night explaining that it can be both big and beautiful, okay? So what I wanted to make sure that he understands is that the projection that he's referring to and others is from the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office. They are historically totally unreliable. It's run by Democrats. 84% of the number crunchers over there are donors to big Democrats. They don't have our best interest in mind, and they've always been off.
Okay, let me just say this. Mike Johnson has been there while the deficit has exploded at record rates. These Republicans, Jonathan Lemire, and I'll bring Mike in, I'll bring Jim in as well, because Jim was around when he saw us fight day in and day out, and it was ugly, but he saw us fight day in and day out. We balanced the budget 4 years in a row. And let me tell you, as Lisa Simpson once said of Bart praying before an exam, prayer is the last refuge of the truly desperate. I disagree with that, of course, but attacking the CBO is always the last refuge of the big spending Republican. They all do it because they don't like facing the truth. And the truth is that under Republicans from 2017 to 2021, the budgets were bigger than they had ever been, the deficits bigger than they had ever been, the debt bigger than they'd ever been. And here, we're not talking about rounding errors, Jonathan Lemire. We are talking about $20 trillion that these Republicans are going to vote on to add to the federal debt. $20 trillion. We can't afford it. There's nothing ideological about this. There's nothing ideological about those numbers. There's nothing ideological about not balancing the budget. I know. I was there. We did it 4 years in a row. The only time that's happened in the past century. And they're adding $20 trillion to the debt with this bill, John Lemire, and he's blaming the Congressional Budget Office. I mean, that's not even shooting the messenger. That's even worse than that. He can't believe that. He knows that this bill cripples America's economy over the next decade.
Yeah, there are few things more true than the observation that Republicans only care about deficits and debts when they're out of power. And we are seeing it here. We saw it in the first Trump term. We're seeing it again now. This absolute explosion in spending. And in this bill, a priority on tax cuts for the wealthy over taking steps that would even make a dent into these things that have worried you, I know, Joe, for so long. And it is disingenuous. And you're right. The CBO is a nonpartisan organization. And do Republicans and Democrats alike grumble at it at times? Of course. But Jim Vandehei, the bad faith attacks here from Speaker Johnson have taken this to sort of a new level to try to write these off as deep state bureaucrats. As opposed to people who are simply doing the job, people who are simply focusing on the math when he doesn't want to.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers should know you're being duped. You've been duped by both parties for 20 years. Everyone comes in and says they care about deficits, they care about the financial stability of the country, and then they spend money. And they spend a hell of a lot more than they say that they're going to spend. We're talking about so much debt now. And why it should matter to you at home is, listen, when we have huge amounts of debt, you end up spending more on the interest on that debt than you do on our national defense. That means less money for education, healthcare, programs for the poor, safer neighborhoods. And at some point, you become so unstable as a capitalistic democracy that the bond markets and other people start to see us as a riskier asset, which is what you see kind of happening in the atmosphere right now. At some point, we're going to pay the piper, right? But so far, Democrats, Republicans, all they do is spend money because they think it makes you feel better and like them more. They don't want to take it away. That's one of the reasons, I would fault Elon's approach, but the spirit of trying to reduce the size of the federal government, like we do need that mentality. I don't think you do it haphazardly. I don't think you do it cruelly, but someone has to come in and get the place in order. And as Joe said, it's not since Clinton and that Republican Congress back in the 90s that people took this seriously. And it shows that it could be done, right? It shows that it is possible that you can run a flourishing economy, a really powerful country, a massive national defense system, and still spend the amount of money that we're taking in, which is, by the way, what everyone expects all of us to do at home.
And for people that say it can't be done, I know it's horrible. I know the numbers are terrible right now. It may take a decade to get it done.
Right.
But government needs to move towards a balanced budget, not toward $20 trillion more in debt. And I will say, when I first was running, everybody mocked and ridiculed those of us who said we could balance the budget. They said it was the unbalanceable budget. I could show you clippings that said it was impossible to do. We did it. We did it 4 years in a row. And then guess what? Guess what? Republicans got back into the White House in 2001, and suddenly Republicans stopped caring about the deficits. The only time Republicans care about the deficits or when Democrats are in the office, in the White House. That's got to change or we're in big trouble.
All right.
Go back to Bloomberg here. But before we do, I want to talk about another asset class here that we should be paying attention to, and that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin's been trading at about 1056, somewhere in there. And right now, let's see, what is it trading at? It's trading at 105,825. BITO is an ETF that I've been taking a look at here, and that is trading at 22.21. So let's talk about what are the support levels and the resistance levels. So because last night and today we are trading below the 22.5 support level that we used to have, it's now a resistance level. So we have a resistance level at 22.5. So the next support level is 2148, and a higher up resistance level, if we break 2250 today, or let's say Monday, then we would have a resistance level at 2442. So right now, unfortunately, BITO broke the support level of 2250. Now that coincides with Bitcoin just not being able to get to that 110, maintain and stay above that 110. It touched it and then came back down. And it was having problems at the 109, and then it was having problems at the 107, and now it's having problems at the 106 level. So, but this surprises me because of the Bitcoin, or I should say crypto conference that was taking place this week. I would have thought that there would have been more inflows going into ETFs and Bitcoin. So it seems like there's a quiet before the storm. I think that there's this quietness about Bitcoin, and it's going to surge. All right, but most likely next month above 110, and then the next big resistance level is probably going to be about 115. But in terms of the ETF, we broke the support level, and now it's a resistance level. So the nearest resistance level for BITO is 2250. It's trading at 2219 right now. All right, with that, let's go to Bloomberg. Well, before we do that, let me do a product plug. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products I have. But if you're an international viewer and you want to help support my work, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All the links are in the description of this video. For the ones that are domestic audience, please go to my store and get the very high quality supplements that I have, and do these stacks that I'm telling you to improve your health. All right, get the probiotics. I have a powdered version, or both are very high quality. All right, take it every day. It's part of a foundation to build a stack. Just like a multivitamin is a foundation, a probiotic is a foundation. And with taking a good probiotic, what's going to happen is you're going to improve your gut biome. You're going to reduce inflammation. You're going to improve your immune system at the gut level. You're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have better metabolism. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver, and your gut and your brain. You're going to be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be less irritable. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great probiotics that I offer. A good gut biome is also going to help to improve your skin, your hair, and your nails. You can see the manifestations of a poor gut biome just in the skin of an individual. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotics, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. And like I said, the probiotic is a foundational part of the protocol, and you add to it to target certain systems like cardiovascular system, or your brain function, or your gut, or your skin or your bones. You can target these protocols. But if you follow my advice, it's going to slow down the aging process. You're going to have more vitality, and you're just going to have more energy and live better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
But I specifically went back to see how does that 6.2% gain in May through yesterday's close rank against history, and it's actually on pace for its best May since 1990. So it would need to stay above about 5.9% through today's close to hold that gain. And if it falls below that, it would be the best May since 1997. So we'll see where things shake out. It looks like the S&P 500 month to date is still around 6%, even though we saw things gyrating a little bit around this morning. But nonetheless, when you think about how much stocks have rallied, close to 20% since those April lows for the S&P 500, even more so for the NASDAQ 100, around 25%. It's been quite a stellar May as the calendar flips to June, which at some points in history has been a little bit wonky.
Yeah, what happened to sell in May and go away?
Well, actually, Ryan Dietrich at Carson Groups talked a lot about this. Sam Stovall at CFRA, or Jeff Hirsch at the Stock Traders Almanac, and Ed Clissold, of course, at Ned Davis. They're usually kind of the four best ones if you're looking at seasonality, but the sell-in may go away if you're looking at a longer time frame, whether it's 50, the last 70 years. If you move it more shorter term, the last decade or so, it hasn't worked quite as well. Some of that coincides with the ability to have more access to fractional trading that you may have not done so before the turn of the millennium. But even in the last decade or so, there's only been 1 year where June has been down. So it's not necessarily that, it's basically the third worst behind September and
I'm going to switch over to MSNBC. Santelli is talking here, and he's entertaining. I think when it comes to inflation, bond market, I'll tell you, he's the best. He is the best.
Stress in HR is definitely a big thing. And there's things in HR that are stressful that are just always good.
Rick Santelli standing by. Got some important numbers at the CME in Chicago. Rick, they should be hitting any second, right now, in fact.
Yes, they're hitting the wires as we speak. These are, of course, personal income and spending for the month of April. We're also getting inventories, which are hitting the wire first. Wholesale inventories unchanged. We're expecting up 0.4. Retail inventories come in as expected, down 0.1%. And personal income is up 0.8%, up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations. And it underscores, we could talk about a lot of issues, but when you look at income for the first 4 months of the year, they're powerful numbers, Joe. Up 0.6 in January, up 0.7 in February, up 0.5% last month, up 0.8 this month. This is a great 4-month start to any year. Now, with the income shooting up, and by the way, 0.8 is the strongest income month-over-month jump since May of 21, when it was 1.9. If we look at spending, comes in exactly as expected, up 0.2. This follows an up 0.7 number, which was the best since December of last year. Now let's look at real spending adjusted for inflation. Comes in a little better at 1.10, but well below last month's up 0.7, which was the best since January of 23. If we look at the inflation numbers, and here we go, on a month-over-month basis for PCE, up 0.1 as expected. On a year-over-year PCE, up 2.1. That's 0.1 lighter than we were expecting. 2.1 equals SEPA 24. To find a lower one, you're back to February of 21. Now let's look at the core numbers. On a month-over-month basis, up 0.1, exactly as expected. And if we look at a year-over-year perspective, 2.5 exactly as expected. A tenth lower than 2.6 last month, which then was revised to 2.7, which makes us down 0.2%. 2.5, well, the last time we were here, if I have to go back, wow, it's been a while since 2.5. I would say that you're going back to the spring of 21. Now, we talked about inventories the last.
And this data is proving my point. When 6 weeks ago I said, don't bet against the United States. And you had all these stupid people on Bloomberg, and you had all those stupid podcasters out there that said, everything is it's Chicken Little and everything's going to fall and treasuries are falling and prices for the treasuries, and there's dislocation in the market, and the equities are falling, and the dollar is weakening, and buy gold and go into Europe, and this data just proves my point. What I was saying: never, ever write this down. Take a piece of paper, take a pen, write this down. Dr. Paul Cottrell says, never, ever bet against the United States, ever. You will lose if you bet against the United States. Never do it, and you'll be fine. It's that simple. See, what happens is you got these knee-jerk reactions from the mainstream media. Podcasters that don't even know what they're talking about, that never was on a trading floor, that never managed institutional money. All right. Most of the podcasters aren't even that successful. They're telling you and how to trade the market. All right. And you have these institutional investors that are worried that money is going to flow out of their fund. So what do? They go, well, wait a minute here. We have a fund that we can invest in international markets. And since we have all these tariff problems, maybe you want to move your money not out of our company, but maybe you want to rebalance and move it into this fund that's an international fund. So they keep on charging you a fee. See, that's how these institutional investors are. They collect funds from clients from all different walks of life, and they charge a fee. But and sometimes they put their own money into the fund too. But the point is the bulk of their money generation is the fees that they charge to manage your money. All right. So if they have flow of funds out, if they have the funds are flowing out of their company, the absolute dollars that they can charge for a fee goes down, right? Because they have less money to maybe they charge a 2% or a 10% fee above water, whatever the fee structure is. But if there's less money in the fund, in absolute dollars, there's less fee revenue. That's what they're afraid of. So they play up on that, and they basically tell the especially the high wealth clients, well, let's reduce your exposure to the United States. And we have this fund that you can put it into the international, and that will calm your nerves. Well, what you really should have done, if you were smart about this, is realize, don't bet against America. And when this market is going down, you buy into it. Now, based on how much capital that you can take risk, because, right? But the thing is that when you deploy new capital into the market while it's sold off, that when the mean reversion happens, when the recovery happens, you are gaining yield on that new deployed money as your old deployed money is starting to recover to the all-time high. And so it supercharges your return. But these institutional investors that are taking client funds, they are so scared of a flow of money out of their fund that they try to smooth that anxiety. Instead of just telling the client, shut up, don't worry, buy in, everything's going to be fine. It's going to be a little bumpy, but you'll be fine in the long run. They're afraid to do that. And that's why all the economists, most of the investment community that was being interviewed on Bloomberg for 6 weeks have been wrong. All the economists have been wrong. All of them. Most of the institutional investors have been wrong on this. And they told clients to move their money to Europe or to China. Now, you really think that's a good idea? Europe isn't doing so well. And China economically is having a very bumpy road. And they may have their Lehman moment because of the overbuilding. And they have these ghost towns and banks are unstable. And then you have the tariff war, and companies are moving out of China and moving to other locations. So does it really make sense to do international investing? Move into international equities? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. And I've been saying this for 6 weeks, and it's playing out exactly the way I said it was going to play out. Don't ever bet against the United States, ever in your life, and you'll be fine. But the moment you get worried and you start moving things around, then you're only hurting yourself. Because when the mean reversion happened, for the ones that moved their money 4 weeks ago into Europe, now they got to move it back to the United States, and they missed the mean reversion. They missed it. They missed that 20% gain because they were stupid.
Number is, of course, a very important number to this administration. This is the trade balance, which is a deficit, expecting minus 143 billion. Wow, it comes in much, much smaller, minus 87 billion. And now this follows a 163 that gets converted to 162 billion with a minus sign, the worst since record-keeping 1989. Then we cut it in half to 87.6. 87.6 would be the lightest, and I have to really go back. 87.6 would be the lightest since, wow, September of 23, SEP of 23. And this really does underscore how the movement of goods and services has really changed due to a variety of tariff-related issues. Now, after all of that, where are the markets? Well, up a little bit. We were at 441. We're now at 443 and a 10. By the way, it said last.
No. Right now, we're trading at 5,906. All right. With that economic data that came out. All right. And now we're only down by 6 points. So and then oil is starting to come off its session lows. It's trading at 60.55. The session low was 59.58. Or maybe that was pre-market. That was probably pre-market. Pre-market session low. But Bitcoin, BITO, 22 is trading at 22.11. So it's below that 2250 resistance level, and it seems to be selling off a little bit more. Now, normally, what happens with Bitcoin is that when the equity market goes up, Bitcoin is going up. So it's usually, not always, but it's usually a 10, when you're looking at 10 days of trading, I would say about 7 of those days, it's positively correlated, or maybe 2 or 3 days that it's not. All right. Today, I'm kind of surprised that, well, Bitcoin should be going up as the market is starting to bounce off of their session lows. So that's there's something weird about Bitcoin right now. It's almost like there are some buyers out there that are waiting, and then they're going to hit. That's the feel that I have with Bitcoin right now. But it will go above 110. Like I said, financial markets are like fishing, and you just gotta get the feel. You gotta feel the pattern of the fish in the lake or in the river. It's the same thing with stocks or equities or the financial markets. You just gotta watch it. You see the rhythm.
Telling us that a recession is not in the offing, at least in the immediate term.
Hey, Brian, we've seen risk assets, most notably U.S. equities, kind of snap back here from some of the initial shock selling of earlier in the year. We have not seen that in the U.S. dollar. The dollar remains at its, kind of recent lows here. What is that telling you?
Yeah, what it's telling us is that there's still some concerns around U.S. policy, and there's still some greater excitement.
No, what it means is that the last 4 years, the dollar was above 100 in the DXY index because of COVID and pre-COVID. And a 10-year average, the dollar would have been at about 97 or 98. So we're going back to normal levels. Don't worry about it.
diversification story. It's not a collapse in the dollar, but it's a rebalancing away to some extent, or diversifying away from. Remember, the U.S. dollar was at very elevated levels, and that was based on U.S. growth being stronger than the rest of the world. And you know that.
What's more important is taking a look at the big movements that are happening in natural gas. Natural gas futures are at 3.44, and I've been watching this for a little while. And I've been looking at an ETF called BOIL. It's a leveraged ETF. Now, it's trading. BOIL's trading at 48.38 now, and there's a sell-off going on here. Now that's 48.38. So it broke its 48.68 support level. So now the next support level for BOIL is 45.07. And now the 48.68 is a resistance level. The next resistance level above that is 51.47. Now, in terms of the futures, there's been this bouncing back and forth between 3.1 to 3.6 for natural gas in the futures market. Right now we're at 3.45. But we definitely broke a support level for BOIL, which was 48.68. But there's big moves. It can move fast. It can move a lot in a short amount of time.
A lot of people pulled forward purchases into March and February. So where do we go from here? That's where the Fed is stuck, because minute by minute we get new court decisions that make the tariffs on, make tariffs off, et cetera. So they can't really do anything. So we're sort of still in this Groundhog Day of waiting to see what happens next.
All right, so the Fed's dealing with uncertainty too. There's a meeting coming up, the 18th, and this time around we're going to get the little dot things. What are we going to learn?
Nothing. When you talk to Fed officials, and this was, of course, before this last week of back and forth court decisions, most of them would say, take these numbers with a grain of salt. We just have to basically act as if the current conditions are going to last, and we have no reason to think that they're going to, but we don't have anything. When you get the decision, the dot plot and the new summary of economic projections, that they will have a shelf life of an hour or so, and then we'll be back to, well, what happened?
Out for the month of May, and we showed an improvement from kind of the shocking decline we saw last month. But inflation expectations, while they've come down, are still pretty darn high here. What would you learn from the MISH data?
A whole lot, except that people weren't feeling as bad about the economy in April as they were, or in May rather, as they were in April. We saw a rise in consumer expectations, but it's still below 50. And it didn't match at all the rise in expectations in the Conference Board survey earlier this week. So it leaves us somewhat in limbo on what people think about the economy going forward. As you mentioned, the inflation numbers come down a little bit, but they're still very elevated. And right now, Conference Board and Michigan match in what people think is going to happen over the next year. Now, the drop in the inflation expectations may be because gasoline prices have come down a little bit, food prices have stopped rising as much, but at this point, people still think that the president's policies are going to be inflationary, and that's the consensus of most economists. So it's not.
Most economists have been wrong for the last 6 weeks. And I'm telling you, the inflation from the tariffs is not going to be as great as the economists are predicting. They're overstating it.
Jay Powell, what's going to be the outcome of this meeting, if anything?
Nothing, I don't think. Jay Powell reiterated the Fed doesn't know what they're going to be doing, and here's where we see the economy at the moment. The president tells us that he told Jay Powell to cut interest rates, but the Fed isn't going to do what the president asks just because he's asking if economic conditions don't warrant it. What it may be is that if things do turn out better than expected, then Donald Trump can come out and say, well, I told you so, I told Powell so, and they didn't listen to me. But if things turn out as economists expect, then Powell has.
My take on this is very simple. If the unemployment rate is below 5%, and inflation is above the target of 2%, you do not cut, period. Because if you do cut, then what happens is it becomes inflationary. If unemployment is above 5% and inflation is above, let's say, 2%, let's say it's 3%, you don't cut rates either because it could be inflationary. So you have to have an and statement. Now let's take the stance where unemployment is super low and inflation is super high. All right, let's say unemployment is like in the 4 range, like right now, like 4.2, 4.3. And let's say inflation was at 7%. Well, you need to raise rates. Well, when you raise rate, you need to break the inflation. That's an and statement, right? So it's very simple. It's a very simple. Taking just 2 metrics. What's the inflation rate and what's the unemployment rate? And if you do a policy that either, if you cut rates and you do a policy that could be inflationary, don't do it. Now, if you have deflation that's taking place, right, and unemployment, let's say you have below 2% inflation, let's say it's at 1% or 1.5%, and you have 6% unemployment, then yeah, you need to cut rates to stimulate the economy because you have a deflationary situation that's taking place. And so when you cut rates, it's stimulating the economy to try to offset the deflationary effects. So people like just keep it saying, just cut rates, cut rates, cut rates. No, that could be inflationary. It depends on when you cut the rate. And so the Federal Reserve making their move right now, I think would be premature in terms of cutting rates. If unemployment started to spike up and inflation stayed at about the 2% mark, 2.1, 2.2%, then maybe. I'd like to see unemployment I'd like to see the unemployment rate at, let's say, 4.2 or 4.3 and see inflation at about 1.9, 1.8 and do that for a couple quarters. And then what is happening is that prices are increasing at a lower than what's expected in the 2% target, which means that, and people are still employed. That means that real disposable income is growing. And you're starting to grow the economy into the previous inflation spike. And people can now buy goods and services because that inflation is below the 2%. But that's really calibrating and fine-tuning what the Federal Reserve would do. But cutting rates right now, the data is showing that it's not time to cut rate yet. It's not time to cut. You don't have deflation. You're slightly above the inflation target. So why would you cut rates just for that? And unemployment is still low. So there's no reason to cut rates. All the people would go, well, you got a high yield in the bond market. So you got to cut rates to cut that down. Well, you're going to be inflationary in the long run. Short-term benefit leads to problem long-term. Take the feedback where if you have high yields on bonds as a private investor, you want to lock in at that higher rate. Because when the Federal Reserve does cut rates, you're locked in with duration at a higher yield. So if you can buy a 30-year bond or a 10-year bond at, let's say, 4.4 or 4.5, and a 30-year bond at 5%, all right, you've locked in that rate at a high yield. And then the Federal Reserve starts to lower rates. Well, that coupon payment is important to you because you locked in at a higher rate. It's kind of like the inverse of what you would want to do with a mortgage. You want to lock in at a low rate for a mortgage, right? And if the rates for mortgages go up, then there's less people wanting to get a mortgage. Well, it's kind of similar to bonds, but you want higher rates because with the higher rates, you're going to be able to lock in a yield. And then you know that the Federal Reserve, it will lower rates. So when they do lower rates, that's going to be important for you for yield. So lowering rates right now from the Federal Reserve, I think it's just a bad move. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. Most people that are taking CoQ10, guess what? You're taking the wrong kind. You want to go to my store and get the best bioavailable CoQ10 that you can get. It's called ubiquinol. Now, with ubiquinol, it's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to improve your mitochondrial health. It's going to boost up those ATP levels and protect your neurons. If you're 40 years of age, you need to take ubiquinol to protect your neurons. Because if you don't, a lot of people in the United States are going to have problems with their brain. Trust me. NAD plus boosts up those energy levels, repairs DNA damage, and protects neurons. So if you're 40 years of age or older, stack NAD plus and ubiquinol and protect those neurons. In the news, in the near future, and going out 10 years from now, you're going to hear lots of people having problems with their brain. Early onset of dementia, problems with motor coordination. You need to pay attention, and you need to protect those neurons and do those 4 modalities of exercise: cardio, resistance training, balancing exercises, and stretching. Now, people would say, Dr. Paul Cottrell, why would exercise help your brain? Well, when you take the right supplementation and you enhance that with exercise and drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods, what will happen is that you're activating all these different types of neurons. You have peripheral neurons, the peripheral nervous system, and the central nervous system. So you need to nourish both. And you nourish them by learning new things, taking the right supplementation, getting the right sleep to consolidate memory and to build that neuroplasticity, those neural networks. Balancing exercises will help to activate the cerebellum. And when you're doing the stretching exercises, you're activating the neurons that are attached to the ends of your muscle. When you're doing resistance training, you're activating neurons that are actually contracting the muscle. Those are different types of neurons. And you need to send those electrical signals through. And then when you're doing cardio, by doing cardio, one, you're helping with the baroreceptor to help control your blood pressure, but also you're getting better blood flow to your brain for nourishment. So that's the reason why I keep on saying all 4 modalities of exercise are important for neural health. You listen to me, you will not have problems. You don't listen to me, you're increasing your chances of having problems. It's that simple. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, get $5 off. Take the supplements that help to protect your neurons and follow the holistic protocol. Proper diet, proper exercise, proper sleep, learn new things, proper supplementation, and you will improve your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Now, toothpaste. I have the best toothpaste that you can buy. You can't purchase a better toothpaste anywhere. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a toothpaste that has structural nanosilver. So what this does is it's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line, neutralize the bacteria that causes plaque, and with good oral hygiene, you're helping your cardiovascular system and you're helping your valves of your heart. Poor oral hygiene could lead to problems with vascular system and valves. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. You can't get a better toothpaste than this. So please go to my store, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. And lastly, before we go to another video, looks like former President Joe Biden to deliver remarks at Memorial Day event. I don't know why he's doing that. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this structural nano silver gel. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. Have some at work, have some at home. You never know when you need it. It's a dual purpose. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound and it helps to heal the wound, like a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. Now people will say, how does the structural nano silver gel help to heal the wound? It keeps it clean. All right. And when you keep a wound clean, it actually heals faster. Now, you can use it as an aftershave to soothe your skin from razor burn. So ladies, when you're shaving your legs, apply these on your legs and it'll help to soothe your skin. Guys, when you shave your face, apply this on your face after you shave and it's going to heal that razor burn. Also, if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put this on your hands, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Way better than Perel. Perel is really bad for your skin, and it only stays active for less than 30 seconds. This stays active for 5.5 hours. Also, when you're in an environment where there's poor air quality, lightly coat your nostrils, and it'll help to collect those particles and help to prevent your oral pharynx from getting irritated from those particles that are in the poor air quality. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I'm telling you, you should have this in your medicine cabinet. You never know when you need it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
The problem that's been identified here by the court, the way that ending these kind of exclusivity agreements would.
And they're not out of the timeout chair just yet, because there's other stuff happening with Google, right?
That's
Is it the
right.
same judge in the same court?
It's not. Everything seems to be happening in D.C., or around D.C., I should say. But Google's advertising technology stack, its digital ad stack, that was also found to be a maintenance of monopoly violation last month by Judge Brinkema in Virginia. So we're rolling into a remedies phase in that case. There's actually a hearing about some of the documents that'll be exchanged in that case today. But we're going to have a remedies trial there now in late September. So really not out of the woods here yet for Google and its antitrust liability.
So going forward, what do big tech, I mean, is this the new normal now, this type of regulatory review of the Amazons, the Googles, the Microsofts of the world? Because again, I grew up in a time where the last 30, 40 years, all you had to worry about was Europe, the European Union. And all that we learned from Microsoft 30, 40 years ago, just write a check and they go away. And that's still the case today. What's different now is, wait, now my U.S. regulators are starting to beat down on me. That's something completely different.
Yeah, and I think a big question here remains to be seen. And it's kind of like, what are regulators looking for? What is the ultimate goal here that antitrust enforcers have, right? Because same thing with the Meta trial that also just concluded in D.C. Not the strongest case, frankly, by the FTC, I think, the last few weeks as that's rolled out. So if the end game isn't looking like it's going to bring these large-scale kind of antitrust changes to these companies that regulators are looking for, perhaps we're looking at a situation where Congress actually has to step in and act here if that's really the solution to what we've said is some kind of societal problem. Whether or not it is, that's a bigger question that goes beyond our time together today.
I thought this administration was supposed to be regulation light.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of thoughts on that. And I think this administration might be more apt to do things like settle a proposed merger when there's a problem with it versus run right into court like the last administration did. But there certainly is this streak of populism we see in this administration that's really different than that traditional old, GOP kind of approach to business-friendly regulation and enforcement.
See, I think the markets take care of itself. Like if I'm a kid in a garage in Palo Alto, I'm thinking, well, Google's got the search business. I'm not going to invent anything in search. You know, Meta's got the social business. I think I'll look somewhere else to be the next rock star. You know, I don't know. Maybe just we'll see how it goes. But anyway, Justin Teresi, thanks so much for joining us. This gives you a job. I mean, we can follow all this antitrust litigation stuff and Jen Rhee. So we got two of the best. So really helping us out there. Justin Teresi, antitrust litigation and policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And again, one of the many, many, many reasons why Bloomberg Intelligence is the best research platform on the street is we have the litigation folks in DC, in New York, telling us what's important and what's not. Jody Laurie from Bloomberg Intelligence, she's going to be joining us coming up. Cruise ships. This is Bloomberg.
Let's play CNN about Secretary Bassett.
Small business owners are do-it-yourselfers. When my business was new, I couldn't afford an attorney, but I needed a...
They were off and now they're on again. And yes, we are talking tariffs and nothing short of the American economy, American business, the American consumer, and the president's agenda all at stake. A federal appeals court has now reinstated President Trump's sweeping tariffs against dozens of America's trading partners on a temporary basis. That twist comes less than 24 hours after the turn of a lower court halting most of Trump's tariff regime, saying that the president overstepped his authority. Trump applauded the appeals court's decision and called on the Supreme Court now to step in. He also attacked the three-judge panel behind the earlier unanimous ruling blocking his tariffs, even asking, where did they come from? Well, one of the two Republican appointees on that panel came from him. Trump himself appointed the judge. Well, this all plays out, a pretty consequential admission now from the Treasury Secretary that the trade talks with China are stalled. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House. She's got much more for us. What could happen today? That is the unknowable. But what now, Elena?
Yeah, look, Kate, I mean, after a day of really allowing his advisors to speak for him, we did hear from the president directly on this, lashing out about this court decision, even though we saw the federal appeals court quickly step in and kind of revive the tariffs that the Court of International Trade had initially blocked. Now, you mentioned this, but he was particularly irked. You could see this in his very lengthy post on social media that one of the judges on that three-judge panel who decided this ruling was someone that he had appointed himself back during his first term. He argued he was newer to Washington. I would argue he was actually 2 years into his first term when he appointed that judge, and blamed others for telling him and recommending that judge to him. But look, he also asked that the Supreme Court step in immediately to decide this case. He argued that if he had allowed Congress to approve these tariffs initially, they would have sat around, he said, and decided weeks on what these type of levies should be. Remember, this is the reason that the court said that he did not have the authority to impose these sweeping tariffs. They said he could not go around Congress by declaring that national economic emergency. And you also highlighted that point when he said backroom hustlers, a quote from him, should not be allowed to destroy the nation. But while the president kind of was stewing over this all day yesterday, Kate, we did see many of his economic advisors go out, kind of do a tour on the media networks to try and make sense of these different rulings. And one of those people we heard from was Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He said essentially, quote, that the president has the right to set the trade agenda for the United States. But then he also argued that the legal setbacks weren't impacting the trade negotiations with a series of different partners. However, one of the United States' biggest trading partners, China, is one where he said some of the conversations have been stalled. I want you to listen to how he put it.
I would say that they are a bit stalled. I believe that we will be having more talks with them in the next few weeks. This is going to require both leaders to weigh in with each other. They have a very good relationship, and I am confident that the Chinese will come to the table when President Trump makes his preferences known.
So as you could hear there, not really projecting a lot of confidence in some of the talks with China. That comes after, of course, they had announced a couple of weeks ago a broader trade agreement between the United States and China, trying to avoid some of the steepest tariffs that the president had placed on them. Now it's down to 30% tariffs on China, but still not exactly looking like an optimistic picture of how those negotiations are going, Kate.
Yeah, and also a little bit confusing that the president's preferences are not yet known, because that's what Besson said. When they are known, they'll come to the table. So, Elena, thank you so much. Much more to come from the White House today. Joining us right now is CNN legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Michael Moore. And all of this comes on the heels of a lot of whiplash with relation to Trump's tariffs. Appeals courts, lower courts, where are things headed? And that's where the questions begin. What do you think of this decision by the appeals court that just came in, Michael, reinstating Trump's tariffs for now?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to be with you this morning. This is just part of the ongoing tariff chaos that's out there. And what you saw is the trade court essentially saying that the tariffs were illegal and that the president had exceeded his authority. So he couldn't impose these. He didn't have these emergency powers. And frankly, that an emergency is not an emergency just because the executive says it is. And so the federal circuit said, wait a minute, let's wait for a couple of weeks and give us time to look at it. There's a lot of hay being made by the administration. This is somehow a major reversal. But in fact, the court simply did an administrative action to give each side the chance to write their briefs and to make their arguments on whether or not the decision was proper out of the trade court. So, you know, it's not unexpected. And for people who do this, for lawyers around the world that do this, this is sort of normal course of business. For everybody else, and especially for the markets, I think you'll see this is the kind of thing that leads to the ongoing chaos that we've seen out of the administration based on these efforts to sort of, you know, namby-pamby randomly throw these tariffs back and forth in some kind of threat, then back off of them, throw them back in, back off. And that's what leaves us where we are today.
Yeah, namby-pamby is a technical legal term. I have heard you use it in court.
That's right. That's right.
But President Trump is also in Elena Trim was talking about what he was posting about this morning. He's also been posting about it last night, I believe it was, or overnight, calling on the Supreme Court essentially to step in and skip the appeals court. What do you think of that?
You know, these cases are all going to ultimately find their way to the Supreme Court. You know, and I think that, you know, whether or not it's on an expedited basis, that frankly becomes up to the court. That's a little bit like you know, being able to predict when the fish are going to bite. It's a little bit of art, a little bit of science, and you can look at some past examples to see when it happens. And so, you know, the court may very well take it up. The problem, frankly, is for the administration is that this court, even though it's made up of a lot of Trump appointees and they've tended to kind of be on the conservative side, the very arguments that Trump is asking and then putting forward to the court to support his tariff actions, the court used to strike down some of Biden's actions, essentially that the president does not have this power if it's not explicitly given by Congress. So, you know, he may be, you know, grabbing the dog by the tail, trying to get there too quickly. And he probably should focus on this fight right now in the federal circuit.
We also heard from more than one top White House official yesterday that they were looking into other options now to impose tariffs and circumvent the courts. Let me play some of what we heard.
There are 3 or 4 other ways to do it. There are different approaches that would take a couple of months to put these in place, and using procedures that have been approved in the past.
Of course. No, there's no plan B. It's plan A. Okay? Plan A encompasses all strategic options. And when we move forward, we had a full view of what the battlefield looks like.
That leading many to wonder, if there are other options, then why didn't they employ these options in the first place? I mean, does that admission, especially when you hear that from Kevin Hassett, 3 or 4 options that we're already looking at, does that have legal implications?
I think it does. You know, and frankly, plan A has only been to try to raise the power of the executive. That's been the plan A, just to go at it with full guns a-blazing. And that has not worked in courts across the country, even by Trump-appointed judges. So I think the administration is seeing that. But to suggest and to now admit the administration is saying, look, there are other things we could have done and maybe we should have done. There are ways around this. And one of those, frankly, would be working with Congress. Congress under the Constitution has the power to levy tariffs and taxes. I mean, that's what Congress does. They control the purse and the taxation powers. They should go back to that place. But courts listening to this argument will say, well, wait a minute, how is the administration harmed by leaving this the trade court order in place if in fact you've got a way around it? So you can't abuse and extend your powers unlawfully and claim then that you're going to be heard if in fact you didn't even have to extend those powers in the first place. And that's where they're going to find themselves is they're arguing either to the federal circuit or to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, and why declare an emergency and lean on that if there are other avenues? If there are other avenues to go around it.
Exactly.
Michael, it's always great to see you. Thank you so much. Not a mamby-pamby, ever. Really appreciate it.
Each of your users.
All right, before we go to the Hill, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is a supplement. It's a high-density protein that will help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and also soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. You get a big scooper, just a month's supply, take it every day for breakfast or for lunch, all right? Take it with your breakfast or lunch, or if you mix it with the Boomer Boost, that would be your breakfast or lunch. Mix it with soft foods like hummus or yogurt or applesauce, or you can mix it with filtered water. Some people mix it with milk or a smoothie, but take this every day to be able to detoxify your body and have that ability to soak up those free radicals with superoxide dismutase and bring down inflammation. By bringing down inflammation, you're helping your cardiovascular system, you're helping your immune system, helping with your brain function, because chronic inflammation at the cerebral level is really bad. And if you've been listening to me in this broadcast, I keep on telling you, brain health is very important. Focus on it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Now, let's talk about C60 before we go to another video here. All right? C60 is a very high potent antioxidant. All right. You take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach. And when you take this, it's going to soak up free radicals. Now, if you work out, take it before your workout and it'll soak up the free radicals that you're generating during your workout, and you will notice you'll recover quicker. But what you want to do is take a teaspoon a day. And by doing that, you're soaking up free radicals at the cellular level, and you're reducing the stress on the cell. So the cell is going to perform better. And when the cell performs better, your tissues perform better and your organ systems will perform better. That means your metabolism will be better, your kidneys will perform better, your liver will perform better, your cardiovascular system will perform better. Well, by soaking up free radicals at the serum level, at the blood level, you're reducing oxidized LDL. Because if you have LDL floating around in your blood and you have free radicals, those free radicals will oxidize the LDL. Well, oxidized LDL will lead to plaque. Well, if you reduce LDL oxidation through free radicals, you're helping your cardiovascular system. And that's what C60 is doing, is soaking up free radicals at the blood level. But it's also doing it at the cellular level. And it'll help with your neurons. By soaking up those free radicals at the neural level, you're reducing stress on the neuron. And when you reduce stress on the neuron, or you reduce stress in cells in general, you're also helping your mitochondria. And that mitochondrial health will improve, and you're going to have more ATP. And by having more ATP, you're going to have more energy in your cells, so your tissues perform better, including your neurons. Because your neurons need lots of ATP to create neurotransmitters and to shoot off those neurotransmitters. And when the cell is healthy, it's going to be the myelin sheath on the axon of the neuron is going to be healthy, and therefore the electrical signal that shoots down the axon of the neuron will be faster. So your neural networks are going to perform better. That means your memory is going to perform better. Your kinematics will be performing better. Your balancing, your movement will be performing better. You'll think faster. So these are very important things to pay attention to. All right. So C60 is a major pillar of my core protocol. Soak up those free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals, you're boosting up the energy levels, you're improving your mitochondrial health, and you're improving those tissues. And when you're improving those tissues, what's going to happen is those organ systems are going to perform better. Your immune system is going to perform better, your glands are going to perform better, your endocrine system is going to perform better, and your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take a teaspoon of C60 a day. Now, basically, you can get it in a 2-ounce, a 4-ounce, or an 8-ounce configuration. A higher ounce configuration is cheaper per ounce. So that's a way to save some money. But you can get it you can get C60 in a MCT coconut oil, extra virgin olive oil, or avocado oil. Now, C60 is a carbon molecule, and it's going to soak up free radicals hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more than a molecule of vitamin C. When vitamin C neutralizes a free radical, it's done. It can't recharge. With C60, because of the way the electrons orbit the molecule, because it's 60 carbons in this molecule, it can soak up and neutralize these free radicals at hundreds of times, if not 1,000 times more than vitamin C. Just one molecule. That's why it's so potent. But the thing is that you want to soak up those free radicals to be able to reduce the stress in the cells and at the tissue level, and improve your mitochondrial health in those cells. But not just that, soaking up free radicals at the blood level is going to reduce oxidized LDL. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Very important as a way to slow down that aging process. Now, what you'll notice is that you'll have more energy, and you're going to look younger. You're going to feel younger. All right, so just do it like a before and after, like 1 year before, 1 year after, with your biometrics, blood levels, scans, your blood pressure and all that, and take C60 and do this before and after. And you're going to notice that your numbers are going to change, and you're in a positive way. And you're going to have more vitality. And when you do this before and after picture, you're going to notice that you look younger in a year. Now, it's supercharged when you stack it with other stuff. All right. So I have this core protocol. And this core protocol, and I'll talk about it a little bit later, but max 35, max 14 for the first pillar, that's going to boost up that immune system. The C60 soaks up the free radicals for the second pillar. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to bring down inflammation and boost up that immune system and help with the cardiovascular system. And boomer boost to rev up that metabolism and bring up those energy levels. That's what I call the core protocol. And you add stuff to it, multivitamin, the probiotics. But C60 also stacks really well with NAD+ and ubiquinol for a neurostack. C60 stacks really well with resveratrol and clarity factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. These are things that I take every day. I've been taking C60 since late 2016. All right, it's a part of the protocol. It's a cornerstone of the protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you save $5 on any order. All right, breaking news. Supreme Court lets Trump strip 500,000 migrants of legal status.
Mexican border. They did have to get that U.S. sponsor. The government had to actually approve them. So there has been some vetting of these people going in. It is certainly not the case that, it's unlikely that a big category of them are going to be, hardened criminals, to use your expression. Yep. But we don't know a whole lot, and we don't even, as I suggested, know the exact number of people, because some of them may have left. We know that there were about 532,000 people who came in initially under these programs. We don't know how many remain in the country under that status. Some of them may have some other protected status and maybe aren't subject to immediate deportation, but certainly a big chunk of them will be subject to it.
All right, Greg, thank you so much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Greg Stohr, Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter. Appreciate that. Let me get the latest on what's happening down in Washington, D.C. When I say the latest, people, we're doing it on a hour-by-hour basis. I think it's not day-to-day. But somebody who actually has this is what they do. They kind of tell us what's going on in Washington, D.C., and they're so valuable to us and our audience. Henrietta Trez is the absolute best, managing partner and director of economic policy for Aveda Partners here. Let's just start with tariffs, Henrietta. The courts are kind of going all over the place. What's the understanding in Washington within the administration of kind of where they are these days?
Well, I appreciate you having me on. The administration is preparing for all avenues. And fortunately for them, they have so many available pathways to perpetuate the president's trade wars and to keep the tariffs on. And I think that's why the market is not responding with ebullience today, or even yesterday, that the IEEPA tariffs had been taken off. The reality is we need to pivot to Section 301, which of course was the entire rationale and the authority used to wage the trade war with China in the first Trump term. We need to get very seriously in the weeds on sectoral tariffs, which are coming across myriad sectors: semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, copper, trucking, air, cargo, freight, the whole shebang. And then we really need to start thinking about stacking those tariffs, what that might mean for individual sectors. And then, of course, some components of the tax bill that also include effectively tariff strategy and authority for the Treasury Secretary. Something that's really captured the street's attention in the last couple of days is Section 899, which creates an authority for the Treasury Secretary to effectively tax entities from foreign nations, including individuals that have unfair trade practices or unfair tax practices on everything from the digital services trade and beyond. So there's a lot still to do. And, the trade wars are going to be a hallmark of President Trump's second term, just like they were in his first.
Okay, did you just tell me that uncertainty is far from concluded?
I think it's ramping up. I mean, we had a brief reprieve when IEEPA was the law of the land, and now we're in, get out your numbers, 201, 232, 301. This is what you need to pay for now, is the expertise around these various specific components.
So I guess there's more avenues for the administration to pursue trade policy, but my understanding is they take much longer than just saying we're going to have a 10% across the board tariffs, which the president can do with the stroke of a pen. What's the timing associated with all this? It sounds complicated.
Yeah, great question. So there are the IEEPA statute was the fastest, bluntest, and easiest instrument that the president could have taken up, and that's exactly what he did. But we have a number of components that are already in the pipeline, already in effect, and also that can easily be effectuated. So, for example, the Balance of Payments Authority, which is something Ambassador Lighthizer, President Trump's first trade representative, talked about in the run-up to President Trump's win in November of 2024, which is immediately impose a Balance of Payments Authority, which is an ad valorem duty of up to 15% for 150 days on any nation where there's a trade deficit. That can happen very quickly. Customs and Border Protection can change tariff rates within 12 hours. So that's something to be mindful of as sort of an IEEPA replacement. The drawback is that it's capped at 150 days unless Congress authorizes an extension. It's my base case expectation that Congress will not authorize that extension, mostly because many Republicans do not support the president's tariffs because, of course, they are taxes on consumers, and they're seeing the blowback in various industries like the farming sector and small businesses and manufacturers who are struggling with the lack of imports from China right now. But compounding that are the Section 232 tariffs that are already in place, including on automobiles and automobile parts. Those rates are 25% for the most part. They can be ratcheted up overnight. The president also has a series of investigations already in the works whose comment period have ended, and they can release their findings and impose new tariffs pretty much at any time now. That applies to the semiconductor space, the pharmaceutical space, copper, and a couple of others. And then I think the most important to be mindful of is Section 301. This is the authority to tariff everything coming in from China. In Trump's first term, we did that across lists 1, 2, 3, 4A, and we haven't done it on list 4B, but this is $550 billion worth of trade, and there is no upper bound on the tariff rate that can be imposed under Section 301 that I've ever been able to find. So we're mostly at 25% now. No reason that can't go up to 50 or 145.
A reporter asked the president the taco question, and you heard his response, I think. Trump always chickens out on tariffs of this sort. He was angry, and he sounded even more emboldened. What was your take?
It just reminded me of the 2018 escalation. I'm sure y'all remember it at the time. I'll never forget it. The president got upset in the Oval Office, and he escalated tariffs almost immediately and during the hot summer months. We saw that repeatedly throughout 2018, and I think that we're looking at it again here. I mean, these are very emotional, heady times for him, and when he puts these tariffs on and hears something like the street doesn't take him seriously, that's got to be pretty embarrassing. So obviously we're seeing escalation today.
All right, that's tariffs. Let's move on to another areas of your expertise, which is Capitol Hill legislation. We've got a House tax bill, I guess. The Senate's now looking at it. Where are we with that important piece of legislation?
We've got a couple 72 hours before things really kick off on the Senate side. The House passed their bill, as you point out. It is very comprehensive and really thread the needle between a whole host of factions that just don't exist on the Senate side. So, for example, the deduction for the SALT cap is very generous in the House passed legislation, probably about $200 billion more generous than anything the senators will agree to. So that's going to have to be something that they change when the Senate takes up their bill. I suspect it'll probably be about 3 weeks before we see any legislation from the Senate Finance Committee. This is the most critical committee in the Senate. Unlike on the House side, where we have Energy and Commerce that had to cut, I believe it's $715 billion from Medicaid, and then a separate Ways and Means Committee that tackled a $4 trillion tax package. That's all one committee on the Senate side. So we're going to get their package late in the process, probably towards the end of June. They're hoping that they can get legislation through their chamber by the 4th of July, which I think is distinctly possible and puts us on a path to get that bill passed and signed into law by the July 24th recess in the House or the August 1st start of the recess in the Senate.
Since it's breaking news, and do this in 20 seconds, the Supreme Court ruling letting the administration strip 500,000 migrants of legal status. Can you speak to the importance of migrants to the U.S. economy real quick?
Yeah, migration to the U.S. economy is critical for the housing sector. One of the sectoral tariffs I talked about that I didn't mention was the lumber tariffs. I mean, these are critical for the housing industry, and the combination of kicking out 500,000 immigrants and imposing tariffs on lumber has got to be brutal for that whole sector. I really would focus on that.
Henrietta Trez, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Henrietta Trez, Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Veda Partners. Somehow she keeps all that Washington legislation, tariff stuff, tweets. Somehow she keeps it all in focus, and she explains it to us because I can't follow it, but she's the expert there. Mark, it's a little soft here on this trading day. We'll keep an eye on the S&P soft.
The S&P 500 is below 5,900. It's 5,894. VIX is trading at 1933. Euro USD is trading at 113. Oil is trading at $60.44 a barrel. BITO is trading at 22.19. Again, the new resistance level is 22.5. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.19. Natural gas is moving downward. It's at 3.464. And if we take a look at oil, which is the ETF, that's tied to natural gas futures. Oil is trading at 48.72. Now, we now have because it's above the 48.68, we have a resistance level right now. I'm sorry. We have a support level. We have a support level right now at 48.68. So it keeps on bouncing back and forth between 48.68 being a resistance level or a support level. So there's a lot of movement going on in oil right now. 48.76 right now at this moment in time. But definitely natural gas is going down. It's 3.4 right now. Okay, let's go to the Hill. Their conversation about judge blocks Trump's administration's ban on Harvard's enrolling international students.
Members of the class of 2025 from down the street, across the country, and around the world.
Now, I had tickets to go to see the commencements. I didn't go because I didn't want to deal with the riffraff. Alumni get free tickets, all right? So, you know, what is interesting last year, which I was there for the commencements and for the alumni week, the student body hated Garber. That was 1 year ago, all right? 1 year ago. They hated Garber because of him shutting down the protests. And even during the alumni speech, a faculty member poured this colored dirt or dust on him, all right? And you know, the authorities were involved and took the faculty member away. So, you know, and there were protests with divesting the portfolio and pro-Palestinian stuff going on last year. And then 1 year later, if he goes against Trump because of what Trump's trying to do in terms of rooting out the CCP at some of these universities and rooting out the wokeism, they just love Garber now. See how fickle the whole student body is? And even the alumni, the liberal alumni, they hated the guy last year. Now they love him. And the only thing he did was say no to Trump. He's still against the Palestinian protesting on the campus. But it's interesting. So I didn't go to the commencements because I didn't want to deal with the riffraff this year. Because I was expecting that there was going to be a decent amount of protesting. It doesn't seem as though there was. At least it wasn't covered in the news. But there was a lot last year when I was there. A lot.
Around the world, just as it should be.
Harvard University President Alan Garber making a jab there at President Trump's efforts to strip the Ivy League university of its ability to enroll foreign students. Within hours of those remarks from Garber, Massachusetts federal judge Alison Burroughs put a temporary injunction on that order, prohibiting the federal government from making any permanent changes to Harvard's student visa program.
But the administration says this is another case of judicial overreach. Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller even going so far as to call it a judicial coup and pointing out that this all started after the university refused to cooperate with a sprawling records request from the Department of Homeland Security. Take a listen.
Harvard defied multiple DHS subpoenas for information about its foreign students and about law breaking and national security threats on campus. Harvard has engaged in decades of invidious, unlawful, and illegal race-based discrimination against American citizens. So Harvard is engaged in illegal and criminal conduct, and a judge is siding with Harvard's right to pad his pockets with foreign cash over the rights of American citizens and the American Constitution.
Piers Morgan,
Yeah, so that's not
That's
very.
for later.
That's a preview of something that's
I
yet
just
to
got
come.
back from vacation, so you got to give me a break.
It's quite all right. When people will not now have their appetites whet for what we're going to say about Piers Morgan in a second.
Yeah.
What I'm going to say about Harvard is that I think that the Trump administration is using the kind of charges that Stephen Miller was making there as a way to invade and erode Harvard's academic independence. I know we'll have another difference of opinion on this one, but to my mind, first of all, Harvard, contrary to what Stephen Miller says, has in fact made efforts to provide much of the information that the government has asked for. What it has declined to do is things like, for example, comply with a request to get any information of international students participating in protests at all, not acts of criminality.
If they're an international student, they're here not as a right, but as a gift, as a privilege. They don't have the right to protest, against foreign policy or whatever. If they don't like the country, don't come here to be studying. It's that simple. But the bigger issue is that when DHS asks for some documents about what's really going on with these students, we want to know, out of that 6,700 at Harvard, how many of them are really students that you have to worry about in terms of technology transfer and are part of the CCP program, or dual technology that could be used for military application and are part of the 1,000 talent program. It's not all 6,700 students, because not all of them are Chinese. But the thing is that the far majority of the international students aren't protesting and are relatively benign. But I bet that there are about 10 or 20, especially at the graduate level or a fellowship level, that you got to worry about. And that's the problem. They're hiding within that 6,700. There's probably about 10 or 20 of them that should not be in this country. So either these universities play ball with DHS, or you just purge everybody. Just throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Not illegal protests, but they were asked to provide any video or audio of any protests that international students were involved in. They're not going to do that. The other point about the Trump administration and its requests is that it involves or includes And
another problem is, not only is there a technology transfer, you can have students that are coming in from a different nation that are trying to sow seeds of discontent, trying to stir it up. How about those people? Huh? Really? I mean, should they be in the country? Oh, they shouldn't be. They shouldn't be in the country on a student visa, creating havoc and destruction on campus.
Or the request for audits of Harvard departments where the government would approve the auditor. Harvard, rightly, in my view, isn't going to concede that point, because it sees it as the government getting its fingers into academic freedom and eroding that freedom.
Yeah, I'm less excited about the Trump administration's attacks on the international students and their right to be involved in protests. I mean, I think in some of the cases you had individuals who were expressing quite extreme ideas that were counter to American.
I think that if you're a foreign student at a university, at an American university, and you're part of a crowd that puts up a Palestinian flag where an American flag normally is flown, you shouldn't be in the country. I'm against foreign students burning American flags and stepping all over it. I'm against that. You know why? Because it's a privilege to be here and studying. It's not a right.
National security and foreign policy, which is understandable that if you are inviting someone to come study in your country, you don't want someone who is going to come in and cause chaos. But what I think is the stronger point for the Trump administration is that Harvard for a long time was violating basic civil rights through affirmative action and employment, through Title VII, and then through Title IX with both the inclusion of gender ideology as a protected category in addition to sex, as well as affirmative action admissions programs. Now, obviously, the admissions programs were struck down by that Supreme Court case with Students for Fair Admissions, but Harvard tried to intentionally work around that legal barring by deciding.
This is a point that I've been making last show, yesterday. Harvard has always been on the wrong side of history until you push back on them so they would be on the right side of history. They have always positioned themselves on the wrong side of history. Always. They have never been on the right side of history at first. The problem that we have here, the CCP has infiltrated our universities, especially Harvard, and it's even more complicated. Harvard needs the money from these international students, and Harvard needs the money coming from these wealthy donors or countries donating to the university through grants for research or whatever the conduit is. They need that money. And they're willing to take it. The question is Harvard a university? Is it an American university, or does it feel as though it is an international university? Right? If it's an American university, tethered to the Constitution, tethered to this country, the United States, then it's okay for them to ask, but not necessarily receive, grants from the American taxpayer. Now, if they view themselves as an international organization and not such an American university, then they should not be asking for the American taxpayers to pay for their grants, nor should they have tax-free status. So what are you? So what it is Harvard wants to get the best of both worlds. They don't want the intervention of the government involved in their international operations, but they still want the American taxpayer money.
To have students write impact statements where they were encouraged to write about things like race and identity. So it was a way of getting students to tell them what their race was without just checking a box on an application and being able to consider that in the admissions process. And they still continue to use affirmative action for hiring. So for me, the reason for pulling the funding from Harvard should be predicated on the fact that they are openly violating federal law as it relates to anti-discrimination metrics. But then when you get into the international students and pulling their visas, this is obviously a sort of additional punishment on top of pulling the grants, pulling the federal funding away from the university.
It's not just about punishment. It's about national security. Because I'm telling you, we are going to go to war with China.
To try to get them to comply with those requests from the Trump administration, or demands, I guess you could say, from the Trump administration. And one of the things that I always find really interesting about the debate about international students is that it's sort of predicated on this idea that the reason that international students have to come study at Harvard or other U.S. universities is because we're getting the best and brightest from around the world. But I think in practice, that's not really how it works. The reason that universities like to have international students come study is that typically they're paying full sticker price for tuition. So they like to have international students to subsidize the financial aid, grants, scholarships that are going to American students. And
We
We are Harlem Children's Zone, and we're creating bright futures for young people in Harlem and beyond. Through our work, tens of thousands.
If you're purely financially motivated to bring international students in, particularly Chinese students, because you don't want to have to pay out of your own coffers to have America.
Let me get this straight. President Xi's daughter went to Harvard University, but they couldn't fill that seat with an American?
Students who are the best and brightest to come study there, then that's a problem for me. And to me, that's the key.
Let me get this straight. So they're saying that the best and brightest at that time when President Xi's daughter was attending Harvard, she was one of them. She was one of the best and brightest. Really. Really. But there was no other American student that could have taken that seat because they're not the best and brightest at that time. Really? Really? What about Dave Hodge? Or not Dave Hogg. Dave Hogg, you know? He went to Harvard. You really think he's the best and brightest? Really? I don't think so. And by far, he's not the best and brightest. There's an agenda. That's the thing. There's an agenda, and they're the seed corn to get to create discontent and push a certain globalist agenda, or an erosion of constitutional freedoms, or push reparations, or to push wokeism. The erosion of God, country, and family. That's what's going on. And conservatives need to push back. It's not that conservatives need to just ignore what's going on at Harvard or what's going on in other universities in the United States. Conservatives need to push back. The communities that you're a part of, your alumni, whatever university, if it's Duke or if it's Yale or if it's Harvard or if it's University of Michigan, it doesn't matter. If you're conservative, you need to plug in, not check out, and you need to fight back. You need to push back. All right? You push back by questioning their assumptions, by being assertive that to be a productive country, you got to have God, country, and family. If you erode those three pillars, you have a declining society. Now, do you think David Hogg represents God, country, and family? By far not. Majority of the woke student body and the faculty at these schools don't represent God, country, and family. But that is the very pillar of what made America great. They just think that Sodom and Gomorrah is great. Just create Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, last I looked in the Bible, that didn't turn out too well.
For why the Trump administration should have some kind of restrictions on how many of those students are actually allowed to come here.
So first of all, on the affirmative action question, I'm not in as total opposition to your position as you might expect. I do think that if you look at Harvard's admission rates when they are broken down by race and academic percentile, that there are rather pressing questions there about whether there is, in effect, I mean, the whole charge of anti-white discrimination can be kind of a bit toxic at times, or can sound a bit toxic. It is certainly the case that Asian Americans have a case to make there also, that their admittance rates are unfairly kept low in pursuit of diversity. Now, in relation to the impact statement part, I have a more generous view of that than you do, I think, because I think it is acceptable and indeed desirable to have people communicate something about the totality of their experiences, because we don't, in fact, all start from a level playing field, and the unlevel parts of it can be to do with race or class or lots of other circumstances in people's lives. So I don't really object to that. On the point about
having a diverse student body, I think is a good idea. But I'm not sure that a diverse student body should supersede the actual population mix of the United States. All right. What I mean by that is that if you take the demographics, all right, of the United States, and you look at Caucasians, males, females, Black, Asian, Latino, whatever the composition is, the student body should not be different than the actual population of our society. We already have a melting pot, all right? What the woke individual wants, what the ultra liberal wants, is that minorities become the majority. Not to embrace diversity, but they want power and superiority. And that's a key point here. And this is the reason why conservatives, of no matter what ethnicity you have, you need to push back, because it's going to erode the pillars of God, country, and family. It's the pillars of society. They don't woke people, liberal people don't represent God, country, and family, period. They just don't. They may in some cases be religious, but maybe they're anti-family. Or they could be pro-family, but anti-religious or anti-government. The key here is that all three pillars are extremely important, or you start to have a society that devolves into chaos. If you don't have a strong affinity to God or some sort of religion, then where's your ethics? Now, people would say, well, atheists can be ethical. Well, yeah, all right, but the thing is that majority of the people gain their ethics through their religious training and inculcation in their house. When you take God out of the equation, many times, not always, but many times, those societies, those households, those cities start to devolve into chaos. So the point that I'm making here is that conservatives need to push back on this peacefully, respectfully, and also, question the premises that these woke people have. And the woke people that are on these campuses, they want superiority. They don't want recognition. They want superiority, which dovetails right into a big problem that the United States is moving towards, and that is reparations. You get a lot of minorities starting to get law degrees and starting to get into the judicial system and starting to get into politics. And what happens is they start to push for not equal representation, not a chance to be productive in a multicultural world. What they're looking for is superiority. They're looking for reparation. What they're trying to do is frame this whole idea of oppressor and oppressed, white versus black, male versus female, rich versus poor. And that opens up the door for legislation at the state and federal level for reparations. And this has been chipping away for decades, but that's the liberal agenda. Now, conservatives, if you're from an elite institution, you need to push back. You need to question. You need to question the premise of their argument and head it off at the pass. Because reparations, we're talking about inflation, and tariffs may be unfair, or not having international students unfair, blah, 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 blah. You really think that reparations is fair? What about people that immigrated to the United States post-Civil War? Should they be paying for reparations? Let's say someone from Ukraine decides to immigrate to the United States, like last year. Should they pay for reparations for blacks? Really? Why? What about someone from Kenya that immigrates to the United States last year? Should they get a check because they're black for reparations if it passes at the federal or state level? Why? Conservatives need to push back on this. And I don't care if you're white or not. It doesn't matter. It's wrong. It's wrong what the woke agenda is pushing down the pike here. And people need to pay attention. It's not about just international students. And it's these institutions that are trying to reconfigure the society under the lens of liberal, a liberal mindset, an ultra-liberal mindset, not libertarian mindset, but a liberal mindset. And libertarians should be upset with the liberal mindset, because the liberal mindset, especially the ultra-liberal mindset, is extremely socialistic and to the point of communism. Now, that seems to be very antithetical to a capitalistic constitutional republic. And our constitutional republic is about property rights. But when you have individuals pushing this woke agenda and trying to erode God, country, and family, and erode property rights, and to take from people because of some misgivings that happened 200 years ago, then you're starting to create division in this society. And it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. So they start the argument with the oppressed and the oppressor. And then they pass legislation where they're taking away property. And then eventually, by taking property, either outright taking property away or taxing you and taking your hard-earned income. But they're taking away from you. So they start the argument as the oppressed and the oppressor narrative, push legislation for reparations. And then all of a sudden, there is real division between the oppressed and the oppressor. All right? Because the people that are going to have to pay for reparations, they're not going to be happy about it. So that's going to cause more racial division, which is part of the equation. They want that. They want that. Because that's going to help with devolving the society. But people need to wake up. And it's coming from these institutions, these elite institutions. That's the seed corn. The students are being trained, being cultivated by these ultra liberal faculty. And they get into politics, they get into law, they get into the judicial system, and they try to slowly reconfigure the society. And eventually, all of a sudden, and it's gradual, and then all of a sudden, there's a drop off. There's a quick drop off. It reaches a certain tipping point, and then all of a sudden, you really see your property rights lost. People need to push back. Conservatives, no matter where you're from, elite institutions or even non-elite institutions, you need to push back.
National students, Amber, yes, I do agree that they are broadly financially advantageous to the colleges and universities, and that financial advantage can often be utilized to subsidize the education of American students. I don't really have a problem with that. I think that is advantageous both ways. I don't see that as a zero-sum game. And I don't really think it's fair to suggest that the people are not the best and brightest. It seems a logical fallacy to me to say because they're paying full sticker price, they're not the best and brightest. Like that's not necessarily the case at all. If somebody wants to traverse the world from India or China or Taiwan, some of those big feeder countries for American universities, it's generally because they are extremely bright, and it's very rarely, incidentally, because they're wanting to pursue the kind of courses that outrage many conservatives. It's often because they want to further their own education in STEM. Kind of subject.
Yeah, but
I'm telling you, I don't care if you're from Iran, India, China, you know, the best and the brightest from there. They're taking away seats from Americans that are just as qualified, just as intelligent, just as bright. They could do wonders for society too. You know, it shouldn't. Charity starts at home. Charity starts at home.
I think the point where it's because it's not fallacious, because if you were purely seeking the best and brightest international students, then surely there would be some who are.
Why do you need the best and the brightest from the international community? Why? Like I said, the 20/80 rule, 20% of the society in the United States, and I would say maybe even less in the world at the world level, but about 20% of the society moves the society forward, and the rest, the 80%, are just riding the coattails of the 20%. All right, so we got enough bright, smart individuals in the United States to take all the seats of all the elite institutions in the country. This BS that you can't find individuals. No, what it is these international students are supplanting American students from filling those seats. And that's wrong, especially when it's using taxpayer dollars.
Coming from poor circumstances, need some kind of financial assistance. And yet we see in the vast majority of cases, if not all of them, that students are paying full price. So I just find it very unlikely that all of the best and brightest international students are also the ones who are able to pay their full way, right? I'd also find Trump's comments about the remedial math course they've had at Harvard quite compelling. I mean, the idea that you have to teach your Harvard students basic algebra is a further indication that they're not admitting the best and brightest students, because if they were, then surely they'd have people who had completed some higher level of at least algebra 2, maybe calculus, right? Maybe an AP calculus course. So that's very concerning to me that their academic standards have dropped so much, apparently. And sure, like there's a public school system issue here, but it's hard to imagine that you couldn't find enough students to fill Harvard that have some level of English and math excellence.
Proficiency, yeah. And I think there's also part of the argument there about standards declining because of COVID, school closures and all of that. I do want to make one very final point, because I know we're running long because it's an interesting topic, but you mentioned this being part of the broader sort of, well, you wouldn't use the word assault on Harvard, but I will, the kind of attack on Harvard and the pulling of the grants and all of that. I do find that very self-defeating for the United States, and this does get to the best and brightest argument. The pulling of grants from an elite university like that is in fact handicapping research projects.
Bullshit. He doesn't even give you the numbers. Harvard only does approximately 10,000 peer-reviewed papers a year. The United States gives about $100 billion in research grants to universities. Those universities are approximately 500. 320 of them, approximately, are R1 or R2 Carnegie research institutions. So there's about 150 or so that are non-R1, R2, but are high-quality research institutions. We have 500 universities in the United States doing original research and doing peer-reviewed publications. There's approximately 300,000 peer-reviewed papers published within that universe of 500 research institutions. Harvard gets $1 billion out of the $100 billion. So it gets 1% of the money, and it's writing about 3.3% of the papers.
So there is 97% of the papers are coming from other universities. It is a complete canard, complete bullshit to state that if Harvard's grants were pulled and those 10,000 papers aren't published, that we're going to retard the actual scientific endeavor. Well, what about the other 290,000 papers that would be published? Now, if the Trump administration pulled all $100 billion of grants, I would agree with the argument. But if we're only talking about the elite institutions, it would not slow the pace of scientific discovery, because most of the scientific discovery is not coming from the Ivy League. That's a fact. But you got people that don't do the research, that don't actually dive into the data, they don't actually pay attention to the nuance to see if their argument is even true or not. A great way to do this, a great way to test what I'm saying, is go to PubMed or go to any research-based database, all right? Peer-reviewed, search for peer-reviewed articles in any journal, take a subject matter, a peer-reviewed journal, and look at the last 50 peer-reviewed papers in that journal and see how many of them are affiliated with Harvard. Do it in chemistry, do it in physics, do it in artificial intelligence, do it in history, do it in whatever subject you want. Whatever subject. And what you will notice is that the far majority of that search, you will not find that many papers that are associated with Harvard research, because it's only 3%. It's only 3%. You might find 1 out of 50, maybe 2 out of 50 if you're lucky. And you do that on any subject: chemistry, biology, medicine, artificial intelligence, computer science, engineering. Doesn't matter what the subject is. And that's what you're going to notice. So if that's the case, pulling their grants for 1 or 2 years, how's that gonna really stymie the development of science? Really? Obviously, the Hill is not the best and the brightest.
Could benefit the nation as a whole, and is making a less appealing atmosphere in the United States for leading scientists and researchers. And, you know, while Trump is talking about pulling grants, what's happening in places like Europe, for example, they're delighted about this and are putting their own scheme.
Let me give you an example. There's a famous researcher. His name is Dr. Sinclair. He's the one that was pushing NMN, which NMN I take as a supplement, as part of my protocol. I can't provide it for my store. But the thing is that NMN is a supplement. Now, Sinclair, MIT, I think, fellow, and did lots of research with E. coli and understanding aging and sirtuins, and you know, did research in NR and resveratrol and also NMN. All right. He does research at HMS, Harvard Medical School. All right. I'm telling you, I know more about anti-aging than this guy does. All right. Now, what he does is he does research, and then what he does is he promotes it, and then he tries to make makes it sound as though he's really trying to save mankind and he's trying to help people. And when he did a presentation that I was at in person, there was lots of people there, but he was talking about some of his research. All right. And he's wearing I think it was a Louis Vuitton belt buckle. Now, what researcher that you know that's really deep into the research wears high-end fashion designer name brands that are so gaudy that that you wonder if this guy's even a researcher or not, right? He looked like he looked like someone that would have a a hair salon. And then he promotes, and it gets even better. He promotes anti-aging with his research, but yet he dyes his hair. So there's a lot, the point I'm making is there's a lot of fakeness with Sinclair. Now, some of the stuff that, in terms of the research that he's doing, it's good research. But the thing is that it's not just about the research, but it's also about the person and the personality. And so what is it more about? Is it about the marketing to make money? Or is it really about the research? And in his case, it's about the marketing and to make money. All right. Researchers that really want to save mankind don't wear Louis Vuitton belt buckles or Gucci belt buckles. They just don't. All right. So the point that I'm making here is that there is an industry. There's an industry where they're depending on American taxpayer dollars. They do the research, they spin off that research as a biotech company or sell their IP to a pharmaceutical company or whatever. That's how they make the coin. Now, there's nothing wrong with that in a capitalistic society, right? But the thing is that if the universities aren't really helping the society, not just in the sciences, but also in stabilizing the society and not causing division, then why should the American taxpayer pay for that university to do that research? Because on the other side of the university, it's causing havoc. So you take this argument that, well, wait a minute, Harvard's doing cancer research. That's good for mankind, even though it's not that prevalent and cancer research is so slow, you're not going to see any major benefits probably in your lifetime. But okay, but let's just say you do, but it's not going to be anytime soon. Okay, so you have that, but you have on the other side of the university, the law school that's pushing for these woke agendas and to rewrite law and to push for reparations. Well, wait a minute here. That university is taking American taxpayer dollars. So you got one side of the university that's actually trying to erode God, country, and family and cause division, racial division, and push this oppressor and oppressed bullshit. You got another side of the university that is saying that they're doing this research for mankind. But in reality, they're using the IP to make coin. But these people, I mean, I know I sound very condescending, all right? And I really am not a condescending person, but I am so fed up with these talking heads and these anchors on these news streams and on these podcasts that really are stupid. They're literally, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
In place, the European Commission wanting to spend 500 million euro in the next 3 years to try to lure scientists to Western Europe. So that's my view.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely an argument to have a certain level of international visas available for students. And
No. Charity starts at home, build our economic cluster, take our best and brightest and make them even better. If India wants to be educated in Europe, go right at it. The reason why Europe is such a shithole is because of all this socialism. You know why they were able to pay for their socialism? Because American taxpayers were actually protecting them with their defense through NATO. So if America's been paying for their defense for the last 6 decades, all right, they didn't need to spend so much on their defense. And so they could invest in their schools and in their social programs and in their health care. Oh, see how that works? The whole world has been using the United States taxpayer as their never-ending tit to suck on.
look, other universities are still getting them, right? This is specific to Harvard because they've refused to comply with federal law. But on the the point that Secretary of State Marco Rubio was making yesterday about Chinese students, where it's a full ban, I think that's more compelling to me because the CCP does have a lot of control over what those students do, where they go, what they study, whether they get to come back to China to see their family or not. And there's been a lot of indictments over the past 10 years of both professors and researchers stealing research and intellectual property and sending it back to the CCP. So that's a legitimate concern because there's the spying element.
Or Harvard University professors selling their country down the river and making $1.5 million from Wuhan.
Involved.
I'm always admiring of your research, and I am not expert on exactly the circumstances around Chinese students and their links to the CCP. So I'll give you that one.
Most talking heads on shows like on the Hill or even on Bloomberg, most talking heads, they're not experts. They're not experts on anything.
Thank you. The tease I was supposed to read is now here. Piers Morgan ripped into the Israeli ambassador to the UK over the war in Gaza, and that is next on Rising.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen is going to help with your musculature, your joints, your cartilage, your bones, your skin, your hair, your nails. It's a dual purpose product. You get a big scooper, take it every day, mix it with soft foods or filtered water or smoothie. Take it every day. This is a month's supply, and improve your skin, your hair, your nails, your joints, your musculature, and your bones. Very important. If you cross-link it with vitamin C, you'll also help with the dermal layer and improve your skin even further. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants. These deodorants will help to detoxify your body and also help you to smell great. But, you know, the great thing about these deodorants is that they're made from all natural ingredients from the Himalayas. Essential oils from the Himalayas. Very high quality ingredients. It's for males and females. You can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get these very high quality deodorants that will help to detoxify your body. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. I partnered up with Rainbow Herbals to be able to provide these very high quality deodorants that will help to detoxify your body. You can't get a better deodorant than this. Does your deodorant come from essential oils from the Himalayas? No, I don't think so. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support the work I do. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Of the core protocol. I was talking about the C60 earlier. Take Max 14, which is 14 parts per million, or Max 35, which is 35 parts per million, or Cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. They're at different price points and different PPMs. The reason why is that I want to get these products in your hands based on your affordability. Take a teaspoon a day. Drink. Basically what you're doing is you gargle with it, you swish it in your mouth 20 seconds or so, and then you swallow it. All right. Take it every day. Teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or 2 a day. And then go back to your maintenance dose once you start feeling better. If you have poor air quality, use this. If you have allergies, use this. If you have a cold, use this. But even if you're just fine, use it to maintain and to improve your immune system. Very important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Max 14, Max 35, or Cleanse. It's part of the first pillar of my core protocol to boost up that immune system. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. To share the same space with Charlie Pellet, a great honor here at World Headquarters in New York. Thanks for joining us on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. On YouTube right now, you want to see what Charlie Pellet looks like? Search Bloomberg Business News Live, the voice of the New York subway. We're also on Bloomberg Originals, and I could keep going. I'll point you to the podcast a little bit later because you might need to rewind some of this today. There's a lot of moving parts in Washington, and so much of it surrounds Elon the big goodbye party. Imagine you leave your job and the President of the United States brings you into the Oval Office for a news conference to talk about how well things went. 130 days, right? If you listen to this program, if you watch us on YouTube, you knew this would be the last day. We told you that months ago. We brought you into the cabinet room where it sure sounded like farewell. Donald Trump's been speaking in the past tense about Elon Musk. So what a ride. From cutting spending in the federal government to selling Teslas in the White House driveway, wielding a chainsaw at CPAC, and bringing his young son X before the media repeatedly. We remember the ways. Just ask President Trump.
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, that'll be a good one to do it.
He likes this place. I can't get him out of here. He just likes this place.
President Trump has ceded the presidency to Elon Musk. No, that's not happening. But Elon's done an amazing job.
Elon can't do and won't do anything without our approval. And we'll give him the approval where appropriate. If there's a conflict, that we won't let him get near it. But he does have a good natural instinct.
Boy, we've come a long way, and big thanks to Elizabeth for the memories. What must be going through Elon Musk's mind as he reads the New York Times this morning, drilling down on his drug habit, the pill box that he apparently travels with? Some of the ideas that reporters have had that the receipts might not add up to the promises. It could be a chippy conversation. We're going to find out together. We'll bring you in the Oval Office. They tell us at least at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, we spend a bit of time with David Gura, Bloomberg's correspondent, host of the Big Take podcast, with me in studio. And it's a rare treat, David. It's great to see you. I don't know how many big takes you've actually put together that revolve around the story of Elon Musk, but you've been bumping into him covering politics as long as he's been in Washington, and much has been written about the scars that he's leaving town with. Has this been a good experience for him or not?
Perhaps we'll hear more about that today in the Oval Office as well, but you're right. And we cede some of this ground to our colleagues who produce the Elon Inc. podcast and really focus on the whole Elon apparatus. But we've seen him try to find his way around the nation's capital, obviously digging through data, the way that this bureaucracy works, and making really substantive changes. So he is leaving here after 130 days, having done a good deal. I mean, USAID is gone, subsumed in part by the State Department. So many employees let go as a result of the work that he and his colleagues at DOGE did. And he's been a constant presence, yes, in the Oval Office, but in the cabinet room as well, at rallies with President Trump, as you mentioned, when those Teslas materialized on the White House lawn and President Trump decided to pick up one himself.
Yeah.
So he's played a very prominent role. And as we heard in that tape, there have been moments when it's been, shall we say, uneasy for this president, having to, I think, navigate dealing with somebody whose profile is so huge. He's somebody who's so widely recognized around the world. And that's, I think, a personal issue, a legal one as well, because a headline for this tenure at DOGE is he running it or not? Is he the effective leader, or is he somebody who's really sort of guiding things behind the scene? He, of course, has been adamant that DOGE will continue with that, almost meditative in that sense. DOGE is bigger than one man and will continue.
Yeah, he's compared it to Buddhism. That's right. I don't quite understand, but Donald Trump talks about the sacrifice that this guy could be doing anything. He's the richest guy in the world. He's sleeping in the office, for crying out loud, which was the case for a little while. The fact is, though, the real sacrifice was reputational, was it not?
And we've seen him reckon with that in recent days. Of course, he spoke with our colleague, Michelle Hussein, at the Qatar Economic Forum, and with other reporters as well since then. And he's seen the share price of his car company go down, bounce up a little bit since he announced that he was finally going to be leaving government. But what stood out to me in that interview was the first question that Michelle asked, which was, how are you going to divide your time? How are you dividing your time? And he's somebody who's not just helming one company and doing this, but helming several of them and reporting to a board of directors and shareholders. And it has been something that's been an amazing thing to watch. I mean, I think back, you asked how long I've been covering or dealing with Elon Musk as a reporter and a journalist.
Yeah.
This was something that came up before, just in the context of his companies. How can a guy run Tesla and also have a hand in several other companies? The notion that he could be stretched too thin was something that preceded his time in government. So this just added to that. And I think when you look at what his mandate is now, the mandate again by the board and shareholders, investors in his companies, It's a big one. It's to right not just one ship, but several on the private sector side.
Everyone's trying to get inside his personal life here, whether it's the children or the drug use or whatever it might be, his sleeping schedule. People want to know what makes him tick. And the New York Times had a heck of a story today. As the chief executive officer of Tesla and SpaceX traveled with a medication box that held about 20 pills, was taking so much ketamine that it was affecting his bladder, according to the report. The White House didn't talk about this, and there are questions about whether he was supposed to be drug tested or something here, but this is ugly stuff, and you know he's going to be asked about it in the Oval today.
It's a big investigative piece. Megan Toohey, one of the reporters on this, is on the investigative team at the Times, and she, of course, was integral in the Harvey Weinstein story and won a Pulitzer Prize for that. And the other reporter, Kristen Grind, was at the Wall Street Journal before she came to the Times. She's done a lot of reporting on the tech sector broadly and on Elon Musk as well, and on his drug use previously. And he is somebody who has admitted to taking ketamine, he says, with a prescription, and that's what comes up in this piece as well. How much is he taking it in the guidelines of that prescription or more? You mentioned the Adderall. Let's just talk a bit about the drug use. What the Times is alleging here is this was happening on the campaign trail, and they admit they don't know if it's continued while he's been working in government. Then there's the other side of the story, which you allude to, which is just his personal life more broadly. And the Times says he has 14 children now, several ex-wives, been through divorces, has had children with women with whom he hasn't been in romantic partnerships. That is, as you say, a messy and sprawling story that we get some insight into here, but it plays to what we were talking about just a moment ago, which is the professional life of Elon Musk is a sprawling and busy one. It seems the personal one is too, and one wonders how distracting that's been, how distracting it continues to be for him as he makes this transition from the White House back to the private sector.
So think of the office today. The Oval Office will he be standing near the desk with the president sitting? Do they drag a podium in there? Do they each take a turn?
Why doesn't the New York Times just focus on some important issues, not so much about Elon Musk? Like, how are we going to stop eroding God, country, and family from their viewership and their posts and their publication of the New York Times? You know, I'll tell you, most people that read the New York Times habitually are super liberal.
A moment with these two people where they were kind of side by side, and there was a lot of praise for the other person. We'll see that, but it's a familiar tableau. Getting back to your point, we've seen Elon Musk in the Oval Office for formal occasions before. Yes, often with his 5-year-old son X there as well. For me, what's curious is the naming of this as a press conference, because again, we've seen this over and over again, certainly with foreign leaders coming through the Oval Office or with Gretchen Whitmer. It's become the scene of spectacle in a way that it hasn't been before. But you're right to raise the question, this being labeled a press conference, what does that mean? Who's going to be taking the questions, and how wide-ranging is this going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be a tour de force. We're going to carry it live. I think we'll probably hear a lot of, who are you with?
Yeah, there you go.
When the questions arrive. But boy, you do wonder if it comes out on the other end here with regard to his companies. David Gura, the attempt to repair the reputation for Tesla alone could take years.
I think that's true, and I've heard that from folks who follow the company closely, and a lot of complaints about how the inventory, the cars they make, haven't advanced as much as you might think they would have. There's still speculation about robotics in the cars, and having this sort of taxi system. All of that seems rather pie in the sky as we can look at a company that kind of just needs to find its footing in a way that it had before. When I say before, it's not hard to kind of graft onto that. The before and after being when Elon Musk got into politics, and before that.
Fascinating. Would you love to sit down with him?
I mean, I would imagine it's a tricky interview. Just watching Michelle do it,
absolutely,
and then watching others do it as well. What's the approach? How is he going to behave? How much is it going to be about the media? I think it's bound to be tricky. Yeah, sure. I'd love to sit down with him, but I know that it would not be an easy undertaking, to say the least. Yeah,
he's the best we have. David Gura, I'm delighted you could come and see us, as always.
To see you.
Right here in New York, everyone. The host of the Big Take podcast. Find it if you're not already subscribed on Apple, Spotify, whatever platform.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 will help your cardiovascular health, bring down systemic inflammation, prevent your red blood cells from overclotting, and omega-3 will help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels, improve your lipid profile and your cholesterol. Very important. And by improving that, you're helping with your cardiovascular health. Take omega-3 every day. Very important. Now, these two supplements that I'm going to show you are going to help with brain health and your immune system. Magnesium and zinc, super important. Magnesium helps with brain health, brain function, super important. It also increases the efficacy of D3. So take magnesium and zinc, boost up that immune system, boost up that brain function. And also take vitamin C with magnesium. Vitamin C will help your skin, but also it helps your immune system. And magnesium will help with the immune system and your brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take the stack, magnesium and zinc with the vitamin C and magnesium. Super important. Boost up that immune system. And also, Good Night Formula will help you to consolidate memory, detoxify your central nervous system, and you'll be well rested and you'll have more energy when you wake up. By taking Good Night Formula every night, you're going to be going into those 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that will help to consolidate memory and detoxify your body. Super important. Also, when you have a good night's sleep, repeatedly, what will happen is your cortisol levels will start to go down. And that's good for your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Let's go to ABC talking about the Supreme Court allowing Trump to begin removing 500,000 immigrants.
The Supreme Court is clearing the way for the Trump administration to strip temporary legal protections for hundreds of thousands of immigrants. The nation's highest court granted the administration's request to revoke a humanitarian parole for more than 530,000 immigrants from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. For more, I want to bring in ABC News senior Washington reporter Devin Dwyer for more on this. And Devin, this would push the total number of people who could be newly exposed to deportation to nearly 1 million. So how significant is this ruling?
Well, this is a very significant ruling in terms of the number of people impacted, Alex. Over 500,000 people, as you said, that were allowed into the country by the Biden administration from those 5 countries under a program known as humanitarian parole. These people did not have legal status in the country. This was, to be sure, a temporary program granted by the Department of Homeland Security on a discretionary basis. During the Biden years, the justification was to relieve some of the strain at the border, to vet these people that were coming into the country, allow them in for humanitarian reasons. Likely, the administration said at that time, because many of these people would be eligible to stay in the country. But the Trump administration taking a very different tact. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem immediately revoking the status categorically of all those immigrants back in March. A federal district judge said that that was arbitrary and capricious, put that decision on hold. But today, the Supreme Court, in a 7-2 decision, said the administration appeared to be on firm footing with its change and can proceed with that change for now. What that means is those 500,000 immigrants in the United States could now, in the next 30 days, see their status revoked. They will be forced to leave the country unless they have some other kind of legal status, Alex. And as the dissent in this case, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sonia Sotomayor said today, that is undervaluing and devastating for a lot of those families who had come here legally and set up lives here, Alex.
All right, Devin, thanks for that update.
All right. Let's go back to Bloomberg here.
Capping stocks lower, S&P down 32, now down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues now. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121, and on YouTube. It's a good time to do this, by the way, because Joe Weisenthal is coming up next. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to catch our live stream from today, New York. That's one of the great treats of being here whenever I have the opportunity to come to world headquarters, to come to the big city. You got to get a good pastrami sandwich. And you're really lucky if you get to spend some time with the stalwart. Joe Weisenthal, Bloomberg Executive Editor for Digital News. You have like a big title like that.
No, it's not. You know what? Actually, can I take this moment?
Yeah.
I've been like trying to excise this aspect of my bio for a long time. And I keep finding random databases where that's stuck in and then it disappears. I'm just the co-host of the Outlaws podcast.
That's right. And band leader.
And I'm the one of the singers for the country music band Lightsweet Creek.
Sure are. I love that.
Yeah.
You're the Telecaster in the lineup at Bloomberg.
That's right. That's right. The telly. Someone else plays the Strat. Someone else plays the Gibson. I play the telly.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you, and I'm delighted you could come in. We always learn something when we spend some time with Joe. And yes, the podcast is called Odd Lots, but you probably know that because you subscribe to it. There's this idea of the taco trade has fascinated a lot of us. And I wonder because the best thing about you is you don't care about a lot of the stuff that we care about. You're really coming at this from the market's perspective.
Yeah.
So I can ask you if that's real or not.
So what I would say is that it does feel like every headline about trade, period, is like taken less seriously than the last headline. But I would even include, the various court rulings that we've seen. So, for example, there was that court ruling, I guess it was on Wednesday night, that said the tariffs were illegal. Now, if that had come out in, say, the middle of April, I think that would have been this huge deal, right? It would have been massive. And it's like, oh, look at this old court. It just overturned the entire thing. You got a little market bounce. And it didn't last that long. Yeah. And then there was another reversal the night. So what I would say is that there's sort of this, I'm trying to think of like the analogy in science, but this sort of diminishing impulse with every headline about tariffs. It's like, oh, Trump says the Chinese.
Basically what you have is you can use the analogy of music, a harmonic dissipation. But also there's the term is called desensitizing. So you can have neural networks or social networks, any kind of network, where there is there's the network that's very sensitive to information or some sort of impulse, and then it becomes desensitized, especially if it's repeated. It happens with the immune system. It happens with any complex system. Social system, physical system, biological system. So there is this sensitization and desensitization of impulses. You see it in the stock market. So, yeah, that's what it's called.
Every time this happens as well, right?
Yeah, but
you must hear from the volatility guys who are in heaven right now.
Someone's going to make a lot of money. On the questions of market manipulation, what that even means. Some people are very conspiratorial, right? Like, oh, who within the Trump administration knew what? And
who was buying
calls and stuff like that. But all of these conspiracy theories rest on some premise of internal White House communication and coordination, right? The idea that there is someone besides Trump in the White House who knows what's going on in Trump's mind, which strikes me as very unproven. The existence of this, right? Because to say like, okay, I'm gonna trade ahead of a trade announcement. I must know something that before Trump was going to say it. Does anyone in the Trump administration know what Trump was going to say before he says it? Sometimes people in the Trump administration say things and then he comes out and undercuts them a week, an hour later. So, it's a very strange market, but I still tend to be skeptical of this idea that there must be like people trading, because I'm skeptical of this idea that anyone actually knows what's going to happen in a meaningful way before they.
There's a lot of logic there. I mean,
there's a lot of logic.
His own cabinet learning things by watching them on TV. Right. That's going to happen again today at 1:30, about an hour from right now. As we told you, we're going to bring you into the Oval Office for this news conference with Elon Musk. It's like a goodbye party, I guess, without the cake. It's his last day on the job here with the 130-day contract. You know what the argument with Elon and the questions
The S&P 500 is starting to sell off. We're now down 41 points. VIX is trading at 19.85. There's also a sell-off in Bitcoin and oil.
It's a room full of billionaires.
Yeah, it's a room full of billionaires. You know, I've never like found that to be particularly skeptical. It's like, oh, they're all really rich. Why do they care about making money? It's like, I don't know. I don't think they got to be billionaires by not caring about making money.
Right.
All that being said, it does seem like Elon has become particularly ideological in various ways. I mean, I think he's getting very obsessed with the deficit over the years. And I think he's like, you know, even a way.
So you were compelled by what he said a couple of days ago, this big, beautiful bill.
Something happened, I think, over the last year where he got like really freaked out about just the sheer size of the national.
Well, he got to see it up close, right? I mean,
or he saw some chart that someone tweeted at.
Okay.
And then it's like, oh, that's a line that's scary. I mean, seriously, like it could be that too. I mean, the screen poisoning. It's like it comes for us all if we spend too much time on the internet.
Right.
He spends a lot of time on the internet.
Yes.
You get like really obsessed with something. You know, various things seem to have happened in his life that have put him into an more ideological posture than maybe he once was when he was just a guy building a business and trying to figure out ways to work with or work around the federal government. So, but you know, look, it's not clear what was particularly accomplished by any measure, either in terms of a deficit reduction or, quote, making the government, you know, government efficiency, right, Doge. So I don't know if he feels as though he has accomplished anything or his Doge has accomplished anything, but at least, you know, like he said in that interview recently, I guess it was with CBS, you know, certainly on the deficit side, he's disappointed.
All right, so we're going to get to do this in real time with Joe Weisenthal, James, right? We have headlines crossing the terminal right now.
Here we go.
U.S. plans wider China tech sanctions. Here we go, indeed. With subsidiary crackdown, people familiar, Joe, describe a bid to target subsidiaries. A new rule here would cover them, subsidiaries of Chinese firms under U.S. curbs.
Yeah.
He just posted the president, the Democrat-inspired and controlled Congressional Budget Office purposefully, he says, gave us an extremely low level of growth, and he's complaining about the CBO as well. But I want to focus on China because
it's funny.
We
You
just
want to
said
focus
this.
on China. Even Trump can't focus on China.
How
I
true.
mean, isn't that the funny thing right
Well,
there? It's
yeah,
like, here's this headline. It's like, meanwhile, let me
You
check
just-
the
yeah,
Democrat
exactly.
CBO. But yes.
But the market's obsessed with China. So
that's
does
right.
this
And-
count as a ho-hum, or are we going to freak out here? Because it looks like
the market's down.
we're getting down to our
So
lows.
S&P down about 1%. It's
Yeah.
not nothing.
That-
I mean, I
but
think
that could be any Friday.
in all, yeah, it could be any Friday.
There's a breaking news that China and U.S. trade negotiations are going poorly, and that there's going to be an escalation of the trade war. That's the reason why
now
it's
this
selling off.
headline, the headlines earlier about things going
Tariffs
off
back on.
course. You know, I think it's reasonable for the market to sort of, again, maybe reprice things lower. And, you know, maybe Trump wants to look tough again because people are talking about the taco trade or whatever.
Exactly.
It is. That could
He's
be
coming out angry.
All right, so the VIX is spiked above 20 now. Oil is trading below 60. It's at trading at 59.99. BITO is trading at 21.99. The S&P 500 is now trading at 5,855. It's down 56 points.
I keep hearing this. What do you make of the story?
Okay, U.S. plans wider China tech sanctions with subsidiary crackdown.
The repair tour here, the rehabilitation tour, is it?
No, I mean, look, the guy's got a lot on his plate, and I'm not surprised if his personal life is a mess.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
Right? I mean, I don't know.
Should an investor care?
A lot of people have speculated all these things for a long time.
I know,
about,
yeah.
You know, expert theories about him.
You're still fascinated by him, though, right? Ooh.
And he's a really interesting historical. I mean, here's the depressing part to me. It's actually, I'm just saying the part. You know, like there is this hope in the United States that we can have some sort of, you know, hard tech renaissance, industrial renaissance, and so forth, manufacturing renaissance. There is no question in my mind that Elon Musk is the best avatar, so to speak, for sort of American industrialization. He built one of the biggest car companies in the world during the 2010s, when most tech companies, et cetera, were in the US were just focused on software. It's extremely impressive. SpaceX is one of the most impressive companies in the world. You know, his rocket company, whatever it's called, the satellite company, extremely impressive.
Starlink, sure.
It's a little grim to my mind when I think about the future of sort of industrial capacity in the United States, that the one individual who is clearly been an extraordinary success over the last 15
Bitcoin's
years
trading at
or so
104
in the United States is A, such a political lightning bolt, and B, seems to be having a hard time, keeping it all together, which is understandable on some level.
Yeah.
But when you think, we want to have this capacity sustained decade after decade after decade, no, we have like one guy. We have one guy, let's all right on. We have one guy whose company is leading the way with respect to rocket tech and reusable rockets and so forth. It's a little depressing that like so much is hinged on this person who's, again, both politically and personally volatile.
Really interesting point of view. Now, you're going to leave me in 2 minutes and go back to your lifestyles of the rich and famous.
That's right.
But I'm just, in our remaining 90 seconds, we just said a lot here. And after you leave, I'm going to get 10 more headlines. And he's going to come out with Elon. And then there's going to be a post when he goes to the U.S. Is this market investable? Or do you just back off for a while until he goes to sleep?
Here's what I would say. Look, I don't know, and no one should ever listen to my advice. But I would say there's two things. One, it probably is, you're supposed to ignore all these things, right? That's what every professional investor says.
Yep.
Is that you're supposed to ignore all of these things and then think long term is all noise. But what I would say on top of that, maybe the market might be investable. Is this an environment in which a business wants to make actual real capital investment? Do you want to be building a new factory? Do you want to be expanding headcount, et cetera? And there, I think you could make more clearly the argument that the answer is no, that there is so much uncertainty on the policy side that it's like, well, why not wait 6 months, see if the smoke clears a little bit before we actually make a commitment? So what I would say is, I don't know about the market. You're probably never really supposed to pay attention to the news.
Yes.
You really should not be listening to the news ever, and yet people do, and which we both appreciate.
I love this.
But from a business perspective, you can understand why, like, all right, if I were like thinking about, I want to build something new that's going to expect to last me for years, maybe I wait it out a little bit.
I'm so glad you could come over. The great American band leader, Joe Weisenthal, he also co-hosts a podcast called Odd Lots, and it's a treat to spend some time with the stalwart. Thank you, Joe. We'll have our panel up next right here on Bloomberg.
There's definitely market moves that are taking place in the S&P 500. It is now down 60 points. It's trading at 5,871. Keep in mind, there is a major support level at 5,750. VIX is trading at 20.19, and oil is trading above 60 just barely. It's trading at 60.18. Bitcoin, ETF, BITO, is trading at 2190. So we have a resistance level at 2250 and a support level at 2148. We'll be testing that shortly here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley is going to help you build muscle. It's a powder. It's a protein powder. Get a big scooper. There's a month's supply. Take a scoop a day. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even milk, but take it every day. It's going to help you build muscle, especially when you do resistance training, bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. This stacks really well with Myotrol. Now, let's talk about Myotrol for a sec. Myotrol will help with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle. You should be taking this, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, but you can take this if you're an older or younger athlete to help gain strength. It is polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Myotrol. You can take it separately, but again, it stacks really well with Gladiator Barley. You can take the Gladiator Barley separately. But if you're doing resistance training and you want to gain muscle, either for sport or just for anti-aging, Myotrol and Gladiator Barley work really well together. And to help with your brain function, take Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor gets rid of that brain fog. It's going to help support your memory and get that neuroplasticity going. Better neuroplasticity you have, positive neuroplasticity, that means the more dendritic connections, the more neural connections you have, and the more neural connections you have, the better your memory is, the faster you think, the more clarity. And not only that, you'll be able to concentrate on the your mental tasks. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Stacks really well with C60. And if with this stack that I'm talking about right now, you're helping with your brain health, you're helping with your musculature, and you're helping gain muscle, bring down inflammation. That's going to help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system, and soak up free radicals. So this is a powerful stack. You're helping with your brain function, your musculature, your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this stack or the many other stacks that I've been talking about throughout this broadcast. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Do want to begin with a number of developing stories at this hour. Getting word from the UK that the Treasury says the UK has completed its exit from NatWest shares. Trump Media raising $2.44 billion for its Bitcoin treasury plan. And Hamas says it is consulting Palestinians now on that U.S. proposed Israel ceasefire. So a number of developing stories. Stay with Bloomberg for the latest. Right now, we've got U.S. stocks trading lower. A down Friday here, wrapping up the trading month with the S&P 500 index down 47 right now. That is a decline of 0.8%. The Dow down 176, down 0.4. And NASDAQ right now down 258, drop there of 1.2%. Our Mag 7 index down by 1.8%. 10-year, 4.40%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.90%. Gold down $32, the ounce down 1%, $32.85. And West Texas Intermediate crude down now by 1.1%, $60.25 a barrel on WTI. The Trump administration is planning to broaden restrictions on China's tech sector with new regulations that would impose government licensing requirements on transactions with companies majority owned by already sanctioned firms. We got fresh data today on U.S. trade as White House tariffs cloud this year's economic outlook. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
A record drop in imports, we're talking 20%, triggered a historic narrowing in the U.S. merchandise trade deficit from $162 billion in March to $87 billion in April, the smallest gap in more than a year. American businesses have been stepping up the pace of imports before the tariffs took hold. The duties also threatened to put a damper on household spending, which drives America's economy. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Crude oil lower, on track for a weekly decline. Again, West Texas Intermediate down 1.1%. Shares of oil majors also trading lower now. ExxonMobil down by 1%. ADRs of BP down 0.5%. Chevron right now down 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go. He's here in New York today. Joe Matthew.
Great to be with you, Charlie Pellet. Indeed, live from World Headquarters. Thanks for joining us on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in New York as we prepare to assemble our panel on a big day for political show business. We've got a couple of big ones coming less than an hour from now. We'll be headed to the White House for a joint news conference. At least that's how this is being billed. It's kind of hard to tell how this is going to work in the choreography, but we're going to have President Trump in the Oval Office with a news conference alongside Elon Musk, who's having his last day, as we've been discussing throughout the hour, on the job as the leader of the Doge. We'll see how that goes. We'll find out together. And I'm guessing that it could be wild. We'll find out. But there's a much bigger event later in the day. 5 p.m. Eastern time, or so they say. It's on to Pittsburgh, West Mifflin to be exact, on to Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel. This is being billed as a big rally, remembering a week ago, the president announced what he called a partnership, not a takeover, but a partnership between Japan-based Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. This was a deal that he originally opposed when it was framed as a buyout, a takeover. But this partnership hasn't exactly been explained. You hear talk of a golden share that the U.S. government will control. And we're not sure. We're going to learn a lot more about it tonight. This is going to be a big victory lap. We suspect that we're going to be seeing steel workers on stage. Lee Greenwood's going to be singing, and the full treatment. That's where we start with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital, a Republican strategist who happens to also work in the investment business. Rick, from your view, as not only a Republican strategist, but a partner at Stone Court, when you hear about a partnership like this, what does that imply?
Well, you do have to scratch a little off the surface to understand what this deal is. And it looks amazingly similar to the deal that Biden said no to. Price paid, $14 billion, pretty much the same. Yet Trump has negotiated to have an American board, which is interesting, control, and a golden share. And we don't know many details around the golden share, but this idea that the United States government is going to have a hand in running the U.S. Steel with Nippon as an owner. And it could be a good thing, and it could be a disastrous thing. Anytime you get government involved in private business, it generally doesn't go great. And as an investor, I've always been opposed to government bailouts. And to some degree, this is kind of a new version of that. Somebody else's money, but we get to decide what levels of steel production they're going to be and who picks the board. So it's an interesting deal, and I think we'll learn more maybe tonight about it. But as it's sort of same old, but in this administration with a new twist.
Well, Rick laid that out perfectly for us, Jeannie, and that's why a lot of people are asking, why would a company based in Tokyo commit to spending tens of billions of dollars in the U.S. for a company that it will not have control over? I don't know if we hear more about this tonight in what's going to be, a campaign style rally, but at what point does the president need to detail this, and what are the unions going to say about it? They didn't want to take over.
Yeah, first things first, Joe, what is the difference between a partnership, an acquisition, and a takeover? I mean, you laid that out so perfectly at the top. What is this? The president insists in all his Truth Social posts on calling this a partnership. It smells and it sounds a lot like a takeover. That's number one. Number two, what we hear is that the government's role in this, and at least what we're hearing, is this is going on for 10 years. So the question is, what happens after that? And of course, from the public sector perspective, what are the national security implications of this? And oh, by the way, also from the political end, the president.
She'll talk about the national security issue between Nippon Steel and the U.S. Steel merger or takeover. But she won't talk about the national security issue of the 1,000 Talent Program and how there are a few students from China that are infiltrating our universities and how that's a national security problem. But let's go back to Jeannie, the genius at Iona.
And not have to explain a word of it.
Voted for it before he voted against it. Jeannie, Donald Trump is posting on Truth Social about China, Rick. As we consider what's happening today in Pittsburgh, it's really interesting. making this partnership with a company based in Japan while he accuses China of violating an agreement to ease tariffs. China, perhaps not surprisingly to some, he writes, has totally violated its agreement with us. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy. Following that, we see some other headlines on the terminal. The U.S. is planning a wider China tech sanctions crackdown here with a specific focus on corporate subsidiaries. It's helped to pull the markets to their lows of the day here. We're down 1% on the S&P 500, Rick. This is still apparently Donald Trump's market. We hear about the taco trade, but my goodness, it could change 3 more times today. Should the president address this either in the Oval Office with Elon Musk or at the rally tonight? Because China is a massive fixture in investors' minds.
Well, I think he has been addressing it, and anybody who's missed the message that we're in an economic war with China is not paying attention to what's coming out of his mouth. Donald Trump has been at the forefront of redefining the relationship between the United States and China. Prior to his presidency in 2017, we had a get along strategy, and we thought that as much as we invested and tried to influence China, the more democratic they would be and the more cooperation they'd have. But Xi Jinping changed all that. He has a different attitude toward the West, and the only one who's gotten that is Donald Trump in the recent past. And so, when he says he's the nice guy but slaps 145% tariff on China, I'd hate to see what he does when he gets mad. This is not going to change dramatically. Maybe on the edges, there'll be a trade deal someday, maybe, and there'll be some relief on those, or at least some kind of status that changes. But the end of the game is we are in an economic war, not a competition, not strategic partners. We're in a war economically with China, and it will go through every ounce of the Chinese industry by the time the Trump administration is over. This is the part he completely gets.
Well, I thought we had a deal with China, Jeannie. That's what the president said a couple of weeks ago. The markets rallied when it happened. This idea of a framework, if this is the reaction a couple of weeks later, how can we believe any of these proposed deals coming from the White House?
Joe, I distinctly remember 90 deals, 90 days. Is it July 9th? You know better than I do. I'm not holding my breath on that either. And while I appreciate what Rick is saying about, Donald Trump getting it, I'm not sure there's much sunlight between what either Donald Trump nor Joe Biden, nor quite frankly, most people in DC, their views about China. The problem is, as far as policy is concerned out of this administration, and granted it's only been 120 days, is if you look even just as a small example, what they're doing vis-a-vis the universities and Harvard, if we are going to confront China in any meaningful way, we need to be doing our best to build our capacities in things like AI and quantum computing. We need to have the best and the brightest here to do that. Those are our unicorns. And yet the president, and now we're hearing the Secretary of State, they want to make sure to shut that down. And you know who's in?
I keep on asking questioning the premise that the best and the brightest are overseas. You're telling me the best and brightest aren't in the United States being able to push forward AI? I mean,
this immensely is Xi Jinping. So
if that's the case, then it's a sad commentary about the Department of Education and why it should be abolished. But she doesn't want to abolish the Department of Education, I thought.
About his policy for confronting China, except he keeps talking about a deal on tariffs that doesn't seem to be forthcoming.
Judy Shanzano and Rick Davis will be back with us in the second hour of Balance of Power as our great panel goes through the day here, walking up to the big Elon event that's at 1:30. One of the most interesting things I have read this week, knowing that the president's going to be talking about DEI and woke and maybe both of these events, was a great piece by Simone Foxman. Despite the backlash, DEI has not disappeared at U.S. companies, the headline, and what you read inside is fascinating. Another pleasure of being in New York is having Simone Foxman in person. Great to see you.
Great to see you too.
And great work here. So belonging is the new word. The idea here is that the programs haven't ended. We're just calling them something different.
Yeah, and interestingly, since this my story came out, the Gravity Research has just put out a study talking about usage of what it calls charged DEI terms, including DEI, diversity itself, finding that they've really fallen off a cliff. Diversity mentions down in the Fortune 100 issue reports down 30% in 2024 and 62% this year. When mentions of things like inclusion are down much less.
Yeah.
13% last year, 43% this year. Essentially, companies, they don't want to talk about this, but underlying their rationale for having diversity programs or for having programs that, they might now describe as corporate culture is still there. And for large part, they haven't really changed that much.
They're pulling, if you talk about Walmart or Target, they're pulling things off the displays in the front of the stores, the sort of Pride Month tributes that they both ran into. But your point is what's happening in the boardroom is not changing, right? And in the HR department. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. I mean, look, Walmart, we found, was actually mentioning diversity, equity, and inclusion and looking for associates who support that as of job postings posted earlier this month, even though it says it's moved towards belonging, though it says it doesn't use race or gender to inform certain financing for diverse suppliers, it does still have pages touted towards consumers on its website that say these are, brands owned by, women, Black, and Hispanic people. So, what's the business case here? Clearly, it's seeing a business case from consumers that want to buy these products, or else it wouldn't necessarily have these landing pages, because this is the sort of thing that conservative activists, whether Robbie Starbuck or, the legal activist Edward Bloom, these are the sorts of things that are likely going to, just raise some hackles.
Sounds like this isn't ending, though. It's just this is a semantic story because companies know what they need.
Well, what we were supposed to see from the Trump administration were some indications of lists of companies that federal agencies believe to be needed to be targeted for potential civil rights violations. May 21st, we understood that deadline to be. We have heard as yet nothing. Company advisors are calling me constantly being like, where is this list? So.
Wow. Great reporting, Simone. Great to see you. Simone Foxman, find the story on the terminal and online. Maybe the Doge computers, they don't sniff it out when they change it to belonging, right? They don't see the DEI page. Simone, fascinating reporting. We have a lot more coming up in our second hour, including Elon Musk's goodbye party in the Oval Office. They say it will be a news conference with the president. We'll find out live together as we welcome our global television audience right here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex will help with your mitochondrial health. The first 4 vitamin Bs will help improve that mitochondrial health, boost up that ATP level, really important. Also, vitamin B complex helps with your cellular metabolism, and B12 will help protect your neurons. If you are 40 years of age or older, please go to my store and get the vitamin B complex. Protect those neurons, really important. You can take separately, or it stacks well with vitamin B complex, resveratrol. Resveratrol is something I've been taking for decades. Resveratrol will help the health of the mitochondria, boost up those energy levels, but also it helps with youthful gene expression, and it soaks up free radicals. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. Stacks really well with Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor, it stacks well with vitamin B complex. It also stacks well with C60, NAD+. Some static in my ear here. Okay, here we go. Resveratrol will stack well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, Clarity Factor, and also vitamin B complex. So please go to my store, get the resveratrol. Apologize if you've been hearing the static here. Also, I have this great stack that's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. So let's talk about the immune system part first. Ashwagandha root is going to bring down cortisol levels and help increase the health of your immune system. By bringing down cortisol levels, you're bringing down that immunosuppression. And so you're boosting up your immune system. But ashwagandha root also helps to control your blood glucose levels. So you're reducing that inflammation at the vascular level. So that's important for your cardiovascular health. So ashwagandha root, improve your immune system and your cardiovascular health. Now you stack it with turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. If you're soaking up free radicals in your blood, you're reducing oxidized LDL, so you're reducing plaque formation. But turmeric also helps to bring down pro-inflammatory cytokines, and that's important to boost up your immune system because chronic inflammation is going to affect your immune system. So you want to calm those pro-inflammatory cytokines. Now, olive leaf extract, dual-purpose product. It's going to bring down inflammation, so it's going to help your vascular system and your immune system. And olive leaf extract also brings down the LDL levels and helps to increase your HDL levels. So you're reducing plaque formation. Very important. Stack it to get the max benefit. You can take it with the turmeric, the ashwagandha. So stack the olive leaf extract, ashwagandha root, and turmeric together. Boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular system.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's an office party for Elon. Welcome to the Friday edition of Balance of Power as Elon Musk marks his last day as the leader of the Doge with a send-off in the Oval Office, complete with a presidential news conference. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at World Headquarters in New York. Welcome to the program on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, this is all set to happen this hour, and I suspect could go in a lot of directions.
Well, yeah, not just about the Doge or about Elon Musk's service to the Trump administration and U.S. government, but I would imagine the president's going to have some questions to answer on a few different issues, including what exactly he meant when he True Social posted earlier today that China is not sticking to its trade deal with the U.S. No more Mr. Nice Guy is what he said. He just didn't really get more specific than that, Joe.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. Big questions about the impact of the Doge. What do the receipts actually show versus the promise? And the deep dive in the New York Times today, the expose on Elon Musk's lifestyle, could all add up to quite a romp with reporters. Of course, they're framing this as a news conference. I'm assuming there will be questions.
I'm assuming as well. And of course, this isn't the only time we're going to hear from the president today. Is at 5 o'clock in the late edition of Balance of Power. He has scheduled an appearance at a U.S. Steel facility outside Pittsburgh, where he's going to talk about that Nippon Steel deal. Maybe we'll get some actual details as to what it entails. Is it a partnership or is it a takeover? We're all going to find out together later this evening. I would imagine that could go in a lot of different directions as well. Just like this market is going in a decidedly different direction after we got some news on a China tech sanctions crackdown expanding to subsidiaries. So let's check in on those markets now. Charlie Pellet's here with us.
Hi, thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. You mentioned U.S. Steel ahead of the big announcement today. U.S. Steel right now up by about 0.6%. Under 3 hours to go until we wrap up the trading month of May with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. Trade and tariffs front and center again today. A solid month for stocks ending on a weak note as President Trump says Beijing, quote, totally violated a tariff agreement, with the market extending losses on a news report that the U.S. does plan to broaden restrictions on China's tech sector. Here's where we stand, very close to lows of the day right now, with the S&P down 54, drop there of 0.9%. Dow Industrials down 205, down 0.5. NASDAQ Composite Index down 292, a drop there of 1.5%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index down 2.1%. Tech being hit hard today. The 10-year 4.39%, but the 2-year 3.89%. Gold now down $25 the ounce, down by about 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude just above $60 a barrel, slumping today by 1%. And Bitcoin now lower by 2%, 104,011 on Bitcoin. Palantir shares pushing higher, putting the stock on track for a record close after the New York Times reported that the Trump administration has expanded the data analysis software company's work across the federal government in recent months. Palantir shares right now, they are trading higher on a down day for the rest of the market. Palantir right now up by 1.7%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to our New York studio. Yes, they're here in New York. Once again, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Here in New York for the last day before we have to head back to Washington, which will be the center of all of our attention, scheduled half an hour from now. I guess it's always our center of attention for Joe Matthew and myself, but especially when you have the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, set to give a joint press conference together. This could get interesting. 1:30 p.m. is when it's supposed to kick off. We'll see how much we stick to that timing, but we know what it'll be about, Joe, and it's about the Doge.
Is X going?
That's my question.
All right. So we've been talking about BOIL, which is the ETF for natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 3.46. And BOIL is a leveraged ETF. It's now trading at 49.02. It's moving a lot. Now, it's now above the 48.68 resistance level. It used to be a support level, then it broke down, and then now it bounced back up. So now the 48.68 is a support level. The next support, the next resistance level to look out for is 51.47. But BOIL is extremely volatile today.
Whatever it is, if the United States is getting a golden share in this and will still have full control over this company or not, knowing that there does seem to have been a tone shift between campaign Donald Trump, who said this needs to stay in U.S. hands. No way this deal can go forward, versus President Trump, who is much more open to this idea after the CFIUS review.
We talked to Stephen Myron about this a couple of days ago on Balance of Power and asked him about the terminology here, and he didn't seem to care as long as the jobs were preserved and the jobs added, the investment dollars were made. But this idea of a golden share has got our attention, and I suspect we'll hear about that later from the president. Joe Doe is watching all of this from his perch at Bloomberg, our metals and mining reporter with his eyes on U.S. steel. Joe, it's great to have you with us. Welcome to Balance of Power here on Bloomberg. Can you tell us what you understand about the structure? Because this sure looks like a takeover, at least when you look at the dollars involved here, and not unlike the deals that had been proposed, to Kaylee's point, not favored by Donald Trump or Joe Biden. But tonight he's going to be talking about a partnership.
Looks like TSMC is going to build a plant in UAE.
Yeah, Joe, that is the question. What is the structure of whatever this deal is? And I think we're still a bit in the dark. We're maybe starting to see some bits and pieces flow out. Of course, earlier this week, one of the senators here from Pennsylvania had mentioned the $14 billion supposedly being invested by Nippon Steel into U.S. Steel. But I think, listen, the investor class is watching very closely. They do want to know what this deal actually means. The golden share, let's think of it more like a mitigation agreement, right? That's the national security agreement. Golden share. I don't know if it's actually a golden share. That might just be branding. But the point here is, what is the United States federal government place going to be in this entire thing? Are they going to have veto powers over how much production can be shut down or not shut down? Are they going to have veto powers over jobs? How many can be cut in bad times and good times, right? I mean, right now, all we're talking about is, does this deal get done or not? But after the deal is supposedly done, this goes back to being a steel company, and steel companies are still commodity companies that go with the ups and downs of the market.
Well, that's very true. And of course, it being a steel company is why initially, at least, President Trump, like President Biden before him, was opposed to this deal, because they said there's great national security implications and interest the United States has in retaining its own steel production capacity. I want to ask you about a different element of the commodity space, though, specifically critical minerals, Joe, because President Trump today was talking about China not abiding by the terms agreed to in Geneva. in regard to the trade agreement. The USTR Jameson Greer indicated that one of the big sticking points may be that critical minerals were not flowing in the way that China promised they would after they restricted them in retaliation for President Trump's very high tariffs. Do we have a sense of the critical minerals flow, what actually is happening?
You know, over the past 2 weeks, I've been in discussions with various people drastically changed with the new trade deal. The new trade deal was very specific about companies that would have certain things lifted on them. But remember, the export controls that were implemented by China, I think this is what they're really getting at here, were these 7 rare earths that are implemented the day after the President of the United States mentioned the reciprocal tariffs. Those export controls went on every nation. It wasn't just the United States. So I think there's a procedural thing here that might be under discussion with Chinese officials and U.S. officials, which is this isn't just a U.S. thing, so it's not just a specific U.S. discussion. So right now, as we understand, it's not clear that these export controls have been lifted, but it's also not clear that it was ever agreed to in the beginning that they would be lifted in the way that the president seems to be suggesting.
All right, Joe Doe, we appreciate it. Bloomberg Metals and Mining reporter doing God's work literally on the side of the road in Pennsylvania, where President Trump will be today with an umbrella in hand. Our audience on Bloomberg Radio is missing how hard Joe is working for us today, surviving the elements to cover this U.S. Steel visit that will be happening later. We really appreciate it. But of course, before we can get to U.S. Steel later this afternoon, we have to get through a joint press conference between President Trump and Elon Musk first. It's scheduled to begin just over 20 minutes from now, and we want to get into it with our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Rick, of course, is a Stone Court Capital partner and Republican strategist. Jeannie, a Democratic analyst and senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. His days as a special government employee, Jeannie, are about to be over. They're going to talk about all of the work the Doge has done over that time to shrink the size of the federal government. We do know thousands of people's lives have actually been affected by layoffs in the federal government, but it doesn't seem that the kind of money Elon Musk said he was going to save, he got anywhere close to actually saving. So what kind of victory lap is this really going to be?
You know, Kaylee, I keep wondering, what does Donald Trump give him for a farewell address? Like a little chainsaw for his desk, or, you know, I don't know, something like that. Coupons for free nights at the Lincoln Bedroom. You know, I am so baffled by this because, of course, what Elon Musk is trying to do is to leave gracefully so that he can reconstruct his image and, of course, impact those sales in a positive way. To have a press conference now, I don't know how this helps him rehabilitate his image. But, of course, the reality of Doge is that the $2 trillion in cuts promised, by some calculations, people are saying, so let's say by Elon Musk's calculation, it was closer to 160 billion in the end. But other people are saying, in fact, Doge cost money simply because of those IRS cuts to people that hurt the ability of the IRS to take in income. Either way you slice it, it is far less than he promised. And of course, they have a bill going to Congress now. But I am not convinced Doge is going to live on beyond Elon Musk and his chainsaw.
Rick, how is this going to work, chainsaw or not? This is the Oval Office. The president's going to be sharing space with a non-elected official. He's not a world leader. Are they going to sit on the chairs in front of the fireplace like you've got a prime minister in town? Does he have Elon stand next to the desk? This could be awkward.
Well, we've seen White House, Oval Office events in where Elon stands next to the desk. In fact, you know, even X usually gets standing room only treatment inside the Oval Office. And we've seen many occasions where Donald Trump would have people in his administration or from other countries come into the Oval Office and stand around the president's desk while he sat. So I think the physicality of this thing will be interesting to watch, right? Because I think there must be some pecking order for what treatment you get if you're on the good list or the bad list. Lately, the bad list is when you're sitting next to one another in the most formal posture.
How
and
true.
You get beat up. He's not going to attack Elon Musk. They'll be playful and they'll be interesting. They won't answer any of the questions that you want them to. But they see this as a longstanding relationship that will continue on. Elon Musk and the president say they'll continue to discuss the affairs of state. And yes, I do think this is part of what Elon Musk believes is his rehabilitation back to the private sector, where he can become popular again for the things that he's done to improve the country and the world, his inventions. And I think that would be the best outcome, is for the president of the United States to say, Elon Musk invents really cool things and I'm going to drive a Tesla and someday I'll go to Mars.
Remember when the Teslas were lined up outside the White House?
How could I forget?
Showroom.
Yeah.
We forget the things that have already happened in this administration. Rick, I do wonder, though, about your thoughts on what Jeannie was saying, which is that she doesn't believe that the Doge effort lives beyond Elon Musk. Knowing there was a Doge caucus formed in Congress, there were lawmakers ready to take up this mantle as well, really pursue this effort to shrink the government. Does all of that just kind of fade to the wayside?
It's been a whirlwind in only a few months. Doge went from basically running the entire federal government to being an asterisk. And I think that's the real question now, is not so much the Hill, because they like to do their own thing. And the Doge caucus, I think, was just a way to fit into the narrative with Elon Musk being so powerful. But at the end of the day, you do have Doge employees. They're sitting in these agencies. They are now under the thumbs of the cabinet secretaries, which happened even while Elon was there. And yet we do see active efforts on the part of this administration to implement IT reforms, including a very big contract for Palantir brought in by Doge to basically start unifying databases throughout the government. So if you blink, you might miss it. But the reality is there is a pretty significant effort underway that could substantially change things like privacy and government access to your data and the integration of data through different databases that is going to be talked about for quite some time.
What does Elon Musk have really to celebrate when it comes to the Doge today, Jeannie? Will it be cutting spending? Because the promise was $2 trillion on the way in, and it looks like $16 billion on the way out when you consider the wall of receipts. Or will it be the fact that he took the chainsaw or the proverbial sledgehammer and started to destroy agencies like USAID, which was part of the aim of this administration?
You know, I think he is going to try to celebrate something that I don't think deserves celebrating. And I think you just heard it in Rick's answer. The promise was the $2 trillion in cuts you just talked about, Joe. The reality is far less, maybe 2 or 3%. Even again, some people saying it may have cost taxpayers to have Doge in there. But what this is going to cost us, in addition to money, is issues of privacy. And the contract that Rick was just talking about is a very good example. We don't know how this turns out at the end, but the outcome of this, I don't think, is going to be known as it pertains to our rights and liberties for a very long time. And what's frustrating and fascinating about this at the same time, under a GOP that has long been committed to a smaller federal government, they opened the door to private company to go in and take away some of the most valuable information that we treasure and people don't want being shared. So I do think that that is going to be likely the legacy, but I'm not sure it's the legacy that Elon Musk is going to celebrate. And I would also just add that nobody is going to miss Elon Musk more than Donald Trump, except for the Democrats. I mean, the real losers here with him leaving are the Democrats, who have enjoyed this enormously and would like nothing else more than for him to stay so they can continue to beat up on him, as he said.
Yeah, Jeannie, what are they going to run on in 2026 if Elon Musk is no longer a daily fixture in Washington headlines?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get it better than the world's wealthiest man coming in to make cuts, fire people, cut cancer research, food assistance to the poor, AIDS research, AIDS funding. I mean, it was just, tailor-made for the Democrats. They're going to miss him enormously. They'll just have to look back wistfully at Wisconsin and be happy and proud that they control the Supreme Court thanks to Elon Musk, probably.
This could be one of those events, Rick Davis, where Democrats are making ads for some time. If you were helping to prepare the president and Elon Musk to meet the press today, to what extent do they need to be on message?
Yeah, look, I mean, being on message in this administration is different than what I was taught how to be on message.
That's for sure.
And so, you know, you would want them to say things that would actually appear in a Republican ad, not a Democratic ad. And that would require the discipline to say that they came to Washington to reduce the size and scope of government, its intrusion into your daily life, and that's what they've done. I mean, there are ways of spinning a meteoric rise in government and a quick exit in a most positive way. My guess is it'll be more entertainment value, which probably will disappoint the Democrats a little bit. But if you can sort of dodge that TV commercial in the making situation, I think you'd be considered very successful. But I doubt it. I'm going south on this one. I think this is going to be a circus, and it's worth tuning in to Bloomberg to watch it happen.
Oh, see, now I'm excited. Rick, yes, indeed. We just got our first view of the Oval. They're setting up the desk. Someone's going to be seated. That'll be Donald Trump, presumably. Where Elon Musk ends up is another question. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, a great panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors. We count down about 10 minutes to the start of this event. Assuming it's on time, we'll bring it to you live here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Okay, so the S&P 500 is trading at 5,863 with a VIX of 20.02. So we're off the session lows. The session low was 5,843 for the S&P 500, and there's the BITO is trading at 2184. Now BITO's next support level is 2148. There's definitely a problem with Bitcoin right now. All right, so natural gas is trading at 3.4 and UCO is trading at 20.11. Oil is trading at about $60.60. The session low was 59.74.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks in the red, just a couple of hours to go until we wrap up the trading month of May with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the red. Trade and tariffs, familiar themes dominating sentiment. Right now, the S&P 500 index down 48, 58.64. That is a drop of 0.8%. Dow Industrials down 164 now, down 0.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index hard hit down 259 now, down 1.4%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index, that is trading lower by 1.8%. 10-year yield 4.40%. The 2-year 3.89%. Spot gold down $25 the ounce, 32.92, down 0.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 0.6%, 60.61 a barrel. Brent crude, the global benchmark, down 1%, 62.71 a barrel. EchoStar, that is the wireless and paid TV operator controlled by billionaire Charlie Ergen, has skipped an interest payment due today because of uncertainty about a regulatory probe. SATS on the ticker. It is now down by 11.1%. Balance of Power continues right now. They are here in New York. Back we go once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet here in New York with us. Thank you so much as we await here on Bloomberg TV and radio the beginning of a joint news conference between President Donald Trump and outgoing Doge leader Elon Musk, who is wrapping up his time as a special government employee. This media event, of course, meant to commemorate that, perhaps take a victory lap, but it also may be an opportunity for the press to ask some questions, both Elon Musk and President Trump, on un-Doge-related issues, like maybe getting some clarity from President Trump as to what exactly he meant when he posted on True Social this morning that China has totally violated its agreement with us, the U.S., of course, being us. So much for being Mr. Nice Guy. Still looking for clarity as to what exactly the violation China has committed here is, Joe, and how this factors into efforts to advance a trade deal between the U.S. and China.
No more Mr. Nice Guy. That's right. The markets didn't like that message. But this also comes, Kaylee, just hours after a federal appeals court turned over the federal trade court ruling that had the markets reacting as well yesterday. The push and pull here, the confusing headlines continue. Now the tariffs are restored, at least temporarily. And so there are great questions about how businesses are supposed to weather this kind of uncertainty. Of course, the same we can ask about investors. And I'm glad to say we're joined here in New York by John Denton, the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you. Thanks for being with us here in New York. The ICC represents over 45 million businesses in over 170 countries. What are they supposed to do?
Well, first of all, it's great to be the prelim for President Trump and Elon Musk press conference. And if we want to be sort of zeroed in, I'm happy to participate in that discussion as well, because the message I would be giving is the same as I'd keep giving you guys here. I mean, we've just surveyed the whole of the ICC, and what we're finding is, and I don't think you'll be surprised, uncertainty actually is a tax. So what we're seeing on a global basis is heightened levels of uncertainty. And in a way, the decision of the court, the CIT yesterday and the other jurisdiction that there was a matter heard in, doesn't actually reduce the uncertainty. It actually clouds it even further. Because what we're seeing now is a lack of consistency. There will be changes in the coherence about the frameworks that will be applied. And what that says to business, large and small, is let's just steady on. Let's take our time. Why don't we delay? There's no cost to delay in a way. And of course, what we're seeing are things being, basically kicked down the road for another 3 months, which will generally mean for another 6 months. And what that also means is some things kicked down the road won't be picked up again. So we are seeing that on a global basis. Of course, there's different levels of uncertainty operating. There's a lot more interest and uncertainty because people are much more sort of zeroed in here in advanced economies. In developing and emerging economies, particularly I've just been in Africa, it's really partly bewilderment, not quite certain why we're being wrapped up in this sort of stuff as well. But also,
Bitcoin just broke 104, so now it's trading below the 104,000 level.
Starting to see basically people saying, let's just not hire that additional person or keep that open. It's interesting that the two matters, or the matters that were actually heard in the various courts on this issue, came from small businesses. What that tells you is small businesses are really feeling this as well. And they do not have the resources that large businesses have. They can't do war rooms. They don't do scenario planning. It's just problematic. And even for large businesses, this is very complicated.
Well, so when you say businesses, whatever the size, are largely just kind of wait and see mode still, are we seeing any kind of material reorientation of supply chains, thinking about shifting their sources of supply or where they are looking for end markets for things that they are exporting? What kind of decisions are businesses willing to make?
Well, the first thing, people are looking at this, but as they don't know yet what the final outcome will be, a lot of it's exploratory, and also to commit now and to discover that subsequently the actual tariff that was levied is actually unable to be levied and are going to be repaid. It's kind of like, let's just hold off here. I mean, I've just been in Mexico with the business community and government there. You know, we're working with them saying, well, hold on, we do know this with Mexico tariffs, USMCA, that any good that is USMCA compliant will actually not have to pay any tariffs. And we also know as a fact that only 49% of goods from Mexico into the US are currently USMCA compliant. But that's actually not because the goods aren't. It's just the cost of compliance outweighed the benefits. They paid an extra 2.5% on the tariff for that. But now they're going to go up. We're looking at, well, okay, well, there are things we can do. We can actually lower the cost of compliance. I mean, the ICC will create a tool.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. Nattokinase is going to help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. Nattokinase will also help to bring down LDL levels and help to increase your HDL levels. That will help with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Effectively a double tax on your members?
Well, I mean, the double tax regime, we should all try to avoid that.
Yeah.
But effectively, uncertainty is a tax because the cost of things goes up as you delay. And of course, a tariff is a tax. I don't think there's any disputing about that. The question, I think people are arguing, who pays the tax?
Yeah, well, that's right.
The end, what we're seeing, even in the US economy, is consumers are going to pay that tax, and they're starting to pay that tax because you're starting to see in supply chains, you're starting to see in retail increases in costs. And we're seeing the sentiment move towards inflationary pressure. So that tax is going to come through and be felt by people.
Well, so when we consider the idea that President Trump says, whatever, if you want to call it a tax or what have you, it's going to bring more revenue to the U.S. But the other goal of this entire thing is to bring more business to the U.S., to have companies investing in manufacturing capacity here, making things in America rather than elsewhere. And I wonder what you're hearing from businesses in the international community about their desire to come to the United States, given this uncertainty that we're talking about.
Well, let me be 100% clear. This is the greatest economy in the world. Of course, if you're a business person, you want to have a piece of this and you want to have more of it if you possibly can, and you want to invest in it. I mean, I'm an Australian. Australians invest heavily in the US. Yeah. But what we want to know are what are the rules around which we can actually make these allocations of significant amounts of capital. If the rules are not clear, the actual risk factor goes up and the cost of capital goes up. We applaud 100% any government seeking to improve the conditions that will enable investment to actually occur. I want more in Australia. I actually want more in Africa. We applaud that. But the way you attract capital and businesses by having clarity around what the rules are and also how you enforce the contracts that you're entered into. Yeah. That's what we want. And that I'm sure is part of President Trump's vision.
Well, this is interesting. And I can't imagine what it's like to be in 2025, in the age of the second Trump administration, the Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, with the comments we hear about globalism coming from not just the White House, but the MAGA community, the populist community that elected him. Do you feel like you're on an island as the face of globalism?
No, I mean, the world is so interconnected. It's just, you may, the way you describe it may change a little bit.
Is he on an island in a world of globalism?
Well, there's one thing that's for sure. The US is one of the most connected economies in the world. So the president does not sit on an island. He sits on one of the most connected economies in the world. And that's actually one of the great strengths of the US economy. In any issue about balance of power, the most connected economy will be the most powerful economy. So we hope that will continue. But the reality is planes still need to fly across borders. That's part of globalization. Mail gets delivered. You require multilateral agreements. That all happens. Let's not forget that the plumbing is still there. What we might call it might be different. But also there is actually a fair point the president makes, which I think we actually share as well. We need to make certain there are more winners out of the process of opening borders and enabling trade to take place across borders. But what we also know is that this has been one of the great enablers of economic development in the last 100 years. The reason we've been able to move Africa a long way out of poverty is because they're part of a multilateral or a trading system that functions. The reason we've actually seen a decline in poverty globally is because we actually have got rules-based trading systems operating. Nobody wants to see that go. And I tell you what, the US accounts for 13% of global trade. The 87% of the rest want to keep this going. And one of our jobs is to keep it going.
Well, you've brought up Africa a few times now, which obviously is seen as kind of a landscape of competition between the US and China as to who can gain the foothold in Africa. Are you seeing evidence of companies anywhere, not just in Africa, but businesses looking to reorient themselves more toward China and away from the United States? As you talk about the US being the biggest, most connected, powerful economy in the world, do you see risk that the US could easily cede that to the second largest economy currently?
But I think the reality is over the last 10, 20 years, there's been a reorientation of trade anyway. There's a lot more what's called South-South trade. And of course, what we see now is the major trading partner for a lot of even Latin American countries is actually China, if it's not one or two. But what's really interesting is if you want functioning economies, you want a market-based system which is governed by a political system which is effective. Market-based economies actually lead to more economic development. One of the greatest calling cards for democracy is actually effective market-based systems. And of course, the greatest alignment on democracy is with countries like the US, Australia, European Union. They're not with state-led economic models. So the more we can encourage economic development, and frankly, the point I've been making in Africa, and I've been honored to meet with President Ruto, I've also been in South Africa because I'm part of the G20, B20 process, is that the development assistance economic model is really diminished now. It's got to be replaced by something, and that's got to be the private sector-led model. And frankly, I think we're at one with the newest US administration on that as well.
This has been fascinating. I hope you'll let us know when you're back in the U.S. We should continue this conversation.
Thanks very much. Are we being knocked off now for the
No,
Trump
God forbid.
Looks like we're going to start a little late.
Absolutely.
We just
Thank
have
you
to
so
take
much.
a break, but it was
Thank
great speaking with you, John Denton, Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, here with us at our global headquarters in New York. We very much appreciate the time, but as John just pointed out, we are still waiting with our eyes on the White House for President Trump to take a seat, take a stand next to Elon Musk inside the Oval Office. The optics, of course, remain a question.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin K2 MK7 molecule. This will help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. K2 helps to absorb calcium. But when you're absorbing calcium and you're doing the resistance training, you're going to help to build bone density. But in addition to that, K2 MK7, especially when it's coupled with D3, and I'll talk about that shortly here, will help to pull calcium from some of the plaque formation and prevent other calcium depositing to take place. So that's important for your vascular system. So help with your cardiovascular system and your bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And vitamin D3. It's a cofactor for gene expression. So taking vitamin D3 is really important. Now, to improve the efficacy of vitamin D3, make sure you take it with magnesium, either through your diet or through supplementation. Now, you can get magnesium from my store through the magnesium and zinc supplement, the vitamin C and magnesium supplement, or the Boomer Boost supplement that I have. So take the D3. It helps with the gene expression. It helps to absorb calcium. And when you take this, it's going to help with your vascular system because it's going to help to pull out some of that calcium depositing. It stacks really well with K2, MK7. And by doing resistance training, it's going to help to build muscle or help to build more bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. Now, vitamin D3 also has an added benefit, and that is it allows for cells to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. So keep that in mind. Vitamin D3 has dual purpose. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. So we're waiting on the actual Oval Office conference here with Elon Musk and Trump. So we're gonna just hold tight here.
What does a lifetime warranty mean? At Harbor Freight, get a lifetime warranty because they're
turn the rocket horizontally in a maneuver known as a gravity turn. So the rocket is still going up. Power telemetry nominal. Good call out there. So the rocket is still going up, but now it's also headed horizontally away from the launch pad.
All right. Since we're still waiting on the conference here, or not the conference, but the press. Yeah, I guess it's a conference, press conference. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It's something that you should be taking either for breakfast or for lunch. You can save money. You're going to lose weight. It's going to target your vascular system, your heart, improve your brain function, rev up that metabolism, boost up those energy levels, help with building strength. It's a great supplement. It'll help to control your A1C levels. And take a big scooper of this a day, mix it with soft foods or with milk or with filtered water or even a smoothie, but take it every day. And what you'll notice within 72 hours, you're starting to lose weight safely. You're going to have a ton of energy. It's going to be a steady burn of energy. You're going to be able to think clearly. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You'll be able to sleep better. Your workouts you'll have less inflammation and you'll recover quicker during your workout. This is something that you should be taking every day to slow down that aging process, right? And like I said, you're improving your cardiovascular health. You're improving your brain function. You're improving your musculature and your cellular metabolism. It stacks really well with gladiator barley or heirloom barley. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. In addition, this has magnesium in it, and magnesium helps with improving the efficacy of vitamin D3. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost, lose weight safely, get in shape. This has all the nutrients you need to start on that path of anti-aging. Now stack it with other great supplements that I have on my store. Like I just mentioned, the vitamin D3 and the K2 help with the vascular health, or the nattokinase. But also, take a look at this core protocol. And the core protocol is this very simply. The first pillar is to take the max 35 or max 14 or cleanse to boost up the immune system. The second pillar of the core is to take C60, a teaspoon a day, to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up the immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And the Boomer Boost, boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism with other benefits for cardiovascular, musculature, and brain function. That's a very powerful anti-aging protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Boomer Boost, get the core protocol, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Actually moves the fiscal needle over time. Look, like, you know, the main drivers of our unsustainable deficit and debt over the next 10 years, other than tax cuts, the lack of revenue, is growth in programs like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security in particular, and then, of course, the resulting interest increases. You can't do that with administrative cuts from an agency like DOGE. Those mandatory spending programs require action by Congress. A lot of the administrative cuts that DOGE tried to make also require action by Congress because they're cuts to congressionally mandated agencies. So look, like I think that Elon Musk probably thought that there was an efficient way to get around legal process here. And it turns out that they're not. You have to get the approval of the people, the approval of Congress for a lot of these things.
Great conversation with Ernie Tedeschi. We learned a lot, the director of economics at Yale's Budget Lab, former chief economist, the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Kaylee, he kind of said it all. Did we get anywhere close? Not even close. We promised $2 trillion. And I believe, are we going with 16 billion? As he leaves on day 130 here, is the in fact number of dollars cut?
Yeah, the receipts have been complicated in this. It's unclear whether or not some of the programs he said he was cutting were actually things that were not cuttable in the first place or were predated contracts. And the math has always been kind of complicated. I'm sure he's going to throw some figure out there when he gets his chance to speak from the Oval Office. Although, again, that was supposed to start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. And we are running a little bit late, it seems, at the White House.
Just imagine what's
today.
happening behind the scenes. They're taking pictures, right? Family photos. X is running wild.
Perhaps. He does he's been a frequent visitor of the White House.
Laura Davison covers this for a living and, in fact, has to cover the story, but corral the reporters as Bloomberg's Washington deputy bureau chief. And she's waiting along with Kaylee and I, joining us right now on Balance of Power. Laura, it's great to see you. What is the celebration today? Is it about dollars cut or the sort of reformation of government here, the closure of entire agencies under Elon Musk's watch?
This is really about both men, Trump and Musk, wanting to show that they are still friends and moving forward. Both people have incentives to say that there's a good relationship and this has been maintained, despite what looked like a very rocky tenure for Musk at the White House. Musk, of course, wants to have the proximity to the president, have the ear of the president, be an advisor. His companies will still do a lot of business with the federal government going forward. And Trump and Republicans more broadly are still hoping to get some of Musk's money for their campaigns. Musk was the biggest political donor in the 2024 cycle, and they were, hoping that he would continue to donate in the midterms and then again in 2028.
Well, of course, he told Bloomberg at the Qatar Economic Forum in an interview remotely that he feels like he's kind of done in that for now, unless he sees a reason to have to spend his money. And so I wonder to what extent, Laura, you actually are expecting he's going to be taking a step back from politics entirely, or if this is just going to be in a less formalized way, if he's still going to be tight with the president, still going to be musing about policy decisions on X, still going to be weighing in on the decision-making of specific lawmakers, or is this really an Elon Musk getting ready to focus more on Tesla and SpaceX, get back to business?
It's really unclear at the moment. His shareholders, particularly at Tesla, are really hoping that he will continue to focus on the company. Obviously, a launch with SpaceX earlier this week that did not go as planned also has stakeholders in that company worried that Musk's attention has been all over the place. It's really just remarkable to think through just really the past year or so. At this time last year, Musk was not involved in the Trump campaign. It wasn't until later in the summer that he really jumped in, was giving a bunch of money, was traveling around with the president. So it's a really remarkable, turn of events. Musk had only been tangentially involved in politics until then. We could see a lot of twists and turns here just over the next year or two.
Just imagine that. It's been less than a year since he's been involved in this, Laura. That's incredible. And when you think about what the New York Times reported today in its Musk expose, that was around the time when he was on the campaign trail, that he was getting much deeper into drug use, ketamine, psychedelic drugs, the point where he was carrying around like a medicine box, they say, that was full of pills. That's coming up in this news conference, I'm guessing, today. What's going to be the reaction?
This is almost certainly going to be one of the first questions that the Musk is asked about, his drug use. He, has talked publicly about, less severe drug use in public forums in the past. Ketamine and other substances is something that has been associated with him for a long time. But this, of course, raises a lot of questions about, someone who has the ear of the president, who is, sitting in on calls with foreign leaders, is asking the president to, make certain decisions. Someone who may be impaired or under the influence, has raised a lot of national security concerns.
If we go back to the Doge for a second, Laura, knowing that Congress, while out of session still for the Memorial Day recess, is returning to Washington next week. And our understanding is that the House is going to, in pretty short order, receive a rescissions package from the White House to actually start to formalize cuts that Elon Musk has made. Do we have an understanding of what those rescissions are likely to look at? How big of things?
Yes, this will be roughly about a $9 billion package, which, just remember, Musk started out with a $2 trillion goal for Doge, all the way down to $9 billion, really just a rounding error. This will include cuts to funding for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, so National Public Radio and PBS, in addition to foreign aid funding, including the funding for USAID. This, is a very, very small package and very small in scope for what, Musk's initial vision here was. Though it's clear that the USAID, that was one of the first agencies he went into wholesale, started to dismantle. That may be sort of the lasting legacy of Doge here.
It's going to be a long day for the president. It's not just the show in the Oval Office, which I'm assuming becomes the cold open to SNL no matter what happens this weekend, Laura. He's going to U.S. Steel for what could be arguably a more important event here, in that we might learn some news about this arrangement between this partnership, as he put it, Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel. Are we getting a campaign rally tonight? What are we going to see when he gets to Pittsburgh?
This is almost certainly going to be a campaign-style rally. He'll be up in Pennsylvania. It was a swing state. Has spent a lot of time up there. Trump is very intent that this is a partnership. That whereas the Japanese have been insisted that this is a purchase, that this is that they are acquiring U.S. Steel. The details here are still quite murky. It's not clear that a deal yet has been finalized, but Trump is trying to at least sell this in what will be a critical swing state going forward in 2028.
Well, and talk to us about the dynamics in that swing state, Laura, because when this deal was initially proposed, obviously both Trump and Biden were not for it. They suggested that this would actually harm the U.S. steel industry, but you also had folks inside the industry saying, no, we actually want this deal to happen for our own job protection. And now it seems that President Trump's framing of this has changed very much, where he's talking about this is going to create 70,000 jobs. This will make sure that the U.S. has a strong steel industry. What is behind the kind of shift in attitude around this entire deal?
Part of it is just the economics of this deal. If he's realized that he's had both sides of in his ear saying, "Hey, look, there's some reasons for this deal to go through." You've also seen Trump in the early months of his presidency get very interested in tallying up all the sort of foreign investment in the United States he can get. He's had CEOs come to the White House, hold press conferences with him, saying, "Look, we're going to build factories, we're going to add jobs, we're going to do all of these things," and particularly in an iconic, sort of industrial industry like steelmaking. That's just something that really speaks to Trump's core. He likes to see those jobs. He likes to see those plants. And this, ultimately ended up dovetailing with his economic agenda, even if it didn't quite align with his political rhetoric on the campaign trail.
Do we have any idea what the run of show is for tonight, Laura? We're going to have steelworkers up on the podium. And I'm asking that because we know that the steelworkers opposed the takeover when it was proposed last year. This being framed as a partnership may go over differently. Is that possible?
It's very likely. The Trump team is very, very good about looking at the background, the optics, the people who come up on stage. Of course, Trump also likes to call people who may not be expecting to come up. So there may be a worker that he speaks to before the event. We can be certain that, members of Congress, senators from Pennsylvania will also be there. We may hear from them. And there could be, someone else. It could be a member of the Trump family, a donor, someone else. So we could see, really a show. Trump has not been able to do some of these rallies like he really enjoys them. He feeds off the crowd. He finds them to be really enjoyable. A lot of the events at the White House are much smaller. He usually does come out and speak at least once a day, but this will have the lights, the music, a nice primetime Friday night event.
Well, I wonder if China is going to work its way into his remarks somehow. It certainly worked his way into his morning musings on Truth Social, Laura, as he talked about China not abiding by the terms agreed to in Geneva when it comes to trade. No more or so much for Mr. Nice Guy is what he said, to quote him directly. Are we about to see Mr. Mean Guy come out on China? Are things taking a turn for the worse here?
It seems to be the case. What markets, I think even the Chinese, as well as, those of us in Washington are wondering is what specifically is not going well in this deal. He came out and said that the Chinese are not abiding by the terms of this deal they set out in Geneva a couple of weeks ago. Jamison Greer, the U.S. trade rep, said as much as well. Scott Bessent has said things are a little bit stalled. He's always, kind of more moderating in his comments. But it's not clear what the problem is here. This, of course, has been a very rocky situation, going back to, Trump's early days in the White House, where he was throwing on 10%, then additional 20% tariffs on fentanyl. Those rates went all the way up to 145%. Now we're back down to 30, with the hopes of a broader deal being worked out here over the next couple months. But it seems that they have again hit a snag. This has been a recurring problem for Trump. Think Putin, think with Israel, that he thinks that a deal is very close and that he's able to close it, only to have a more squirrely negotiating partner on the other side than he would like.
If you're just joining us on Bloomberg TV and radio, we are waiting for an event to start in the Oval Office with President Trump and Elon Musk. We thought they'd be well underway by now, having been scheduled to start around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. We will get a news conference, and whether it happens inside this program or not, we'll bring it to you here. Laura, the idea being that he's wrapping his work as head of the Doge, but the president says Elon Musk will continue to come to Washington, will continue to be part of the family here, I guess, in the Trump White House. We don't have a sense of what that will include, though, do we?
We don't. We've gotten a little bit of a sense of that just over the past couple weeks. It was about a month ago that he said he was really, taking a big step back from Doge, and that he'd be in Washington maybe 1 or 2 days a week. He was going to be spending more time with his companies. This is when we really started to see bad earnings reports come out of Tesla. Sales were way down. Investors were getting very worried. But he's still been here. When Ramaphosa, the South African head of state, was here just a few weeks ago, he was there for that meeting. He was in the Oval Office. I think we'll sort of, when there are issues that are important to Musk, we'll see him here, whether that has to do with his home country of South Africa, whether that has to do with EVs, space exploration. And remember, Doge also continues. It is, in the executive order that created it, it's set to continue until July 4th of 2026. So there's about a year left of it. He could pop in and out. There's a woman by the name of Amy Gleason, who's the official head of it. She's more of a technocratic person at the Office of Management and Budget, but there's also Doge staffers that are staying on. We did report yesterday that Steve Davis, also who's the head of Musk's Boring Company, he is also leading. So we could see some of these bigger names start to step away, but it's still a vehicle that's there and will be on the books for a little bit longer. If Musk wants to pop back in, he could, come back in. He'll continue to have White House access privileges. He may not have his office and his email address as he did as a special government employee, but he's got the president's phone number, and that's
okay. It looks like they're going to start. Thing you can get. They're going to start the conference here.
Phone number, I guess, ice cream, middle of the night privileges, access to the Lincoln bedroom.
We find that government's a little nasty on occasion. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, hello, President Trump.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You tell me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charm life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, you've just come out with your rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back and look at the first 4 months of many different years, really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever in my lifetime had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due?
I also,
income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were low on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half? That's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call into question some of the conventional wisdoms. And, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current account, see how they fared. Because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad. Right? Not bad.
Come on, guys.
I see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday, where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety, Scott and Howard. And so we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward to put his very great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things that are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers could double and triple, because many things, we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of primary things, all having to do with being smart. But he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud, slash waste, and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems. And, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started, in many cases, I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world, those systems right now. They were horrible. What the previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end, it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done. And they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money, actually made the system much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer, and they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system, and in never any cases from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many, many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts, and we'll remember you as we announce billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, DOGE canceled $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City, and the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City, $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. In Burma, does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account. And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure. But I assume that's being looked at. Think of that, $2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental group. 20 billion, not 20 million, a lot, 100,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spend $8 million on making mice transgender. And those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the DOGE cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we put some of this into the bill, but most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it cauterized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. DOGE has also fully modernized the federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization. But we're taking that over with DOGE. Many of the DOGE people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America has been without comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history, you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as special government employee. Can you imagine? They called him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, you know, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, wow, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march. We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and we were in, as you know, 3 really great countries, predominantly the 3. Qatar was great. UAE was great. Saudi Arabia, incredible. Such an incredible experience to be in those 3 countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the leaders, the great leaders of the other 2 that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. It would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports, and so much more. But they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world. And then I played that little clip because I was one person who's respected, or 2 people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man. But that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, you know, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot. And we're doing really well. We came, when I left, we had no wars, we had no problems. We defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the embarrassment in Afghanistan where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe. I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack in Israel in October, the horrible attack, October 7th. Horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could have turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talk trade. And we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they're great leaders in those countries, and they understood and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use our military. We want to be peace through strength when we can. And that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying, almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him. And he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you. You took a lot. The luck in this is amazing.
Large lot.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words that this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So, that it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time. The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government, and I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll continue to be here and be a friend and advisor to the president. And I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? This incredible. It's stunning. I think the way that the Oval Office, how the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold in the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's been there a long time. That was plaster. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. It's essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark, and that's 24 karat gold, and everybody loved it. And now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president, continuing to support the Doge team, and we are relentlessly pursuing $1 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Great job.
Thank you, President Trump. The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Well, some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room are the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Is the New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization?
I got to check my Pulitzer.
I think it is. I think the judge just ruled against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then next question. Trump, I got one for President Trump. President Trump, Biden aides used to work here, are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what he did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was, there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time, because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members. He wasn't into that at all. And who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back, that was so bad for our country?
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that worked for you who wanted to advance a bill or an executive order without your knowledge, how could they do it? How do they go
Well, it's very
behind
hard
a
because
president?
I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long because they'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week. And you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it because the next day or sooner, I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about and who the hell signed this. So I almost never use the auto pen. In fact, yesterday I was signing about 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about. I hardly used to.
The tariffs on China, you said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, there's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow. And we have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal. And I think that could happen in the not too distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a deal without bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran. Yeah, please.
You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whenever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through really millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just have to. It's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually being used well? Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there is actually no defender at all. And then we have to just work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money is being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we've got to go through the process of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we can terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere in the government, by the way.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time the $1 trillion of savings. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say by the, I think the official end of DOGE, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $1 trillion of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to do
Thank you, Mr. President. You had mentioned earlier in the week that DOGE had become a whipping boy. And as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process.
Yes.
Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
So what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by DOGE. And so we became like essentially the DOGE boogeyman, where if so any cut anywhere would be ascribed to DOGE. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that DOGE had cut the Senate, internships the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they have been cut, it's not to do with us, just as an example. So, it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow DOGE, and including things that made no sense, and we would agree it made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. The frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most poorly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do when someone within the government tries to stop that money being spent, there's usually someone that complains. And then their manager will say, it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So was it worth it?
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing, and I think it will have a good effect in the future. Thank you, President Trump. This week, there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good.
Yeah.
No, I spoke to him, and he's fine too. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What do you think about this Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end. And now they want to spend, I read that, they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I could tell you what they did wrong. I could tell you every one of their programs, when they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country, I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free. But I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in Congress, Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this one's a little bit more of a Ph.6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. It's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the Big Beautiful Bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs on the Big Beautiful Bill, or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted, because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their powers, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man and what he's done in American life has been so politicized? Does it
Well, his life has been amazing. I mean, I look at so many different things. I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication. It's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going, he's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example, he saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, yeah, I happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it, because North Carolina became an island. People had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had so much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But, and he's a very good person too. You know what? If he wasn't a good person, but he did the same things, I'd probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person who loves the country.
One big, beautiful bill. You had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country. I'd like to see it get down to an even lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have liked to have done that. But with all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out just yesterday or tonight. I guess they were released this morning at 8. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. You know, these are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just started. The bill is a great bill. It's going to be jiggered around a little bit. It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House. But the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved, you'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before. You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does, including an extension of debt, it's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it to them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, a famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. You know, I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen. And she would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension, that she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree. Many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error. He did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election. And to our benefit, we won anyway, but to our benefit, but felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that her whole career, she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of, not being voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation. It's a very unfair situation. And she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What message do you like to send to international students? Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
The students, well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, you know, it's close to 31%. That's a lot. Our country's given $5 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time. Nobody knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through the books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. Last 2 days ago, we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rockets. Because, you know, somebody has to build those rocket ships.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent. And you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world. And that's what we need, to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And, you know, I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability at that. And they did very well. They made a lot of money. You know, it's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, what is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, I wasn't anywhere near France, so.
What does that mean?
No,
I didn't notice
his
his
First
Lady
of France.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, no, I was just horsing around with little X, and I said, "Go ahead, punch me in the face," and he did. It turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
That was X that did?
Yeah.
X could do it. If you knew X,
I saw his mom right now. But I didn't really feel much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just watched around with the kids.
I didn't notice it actually.
President Trump, I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war, but
And by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
right, and so not your war, but as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape of the Ukrainian front lines,
it's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin. Do you look
and Zelensky?
Yeah. But do you look at this
Very
conflict
stubborn Zelensky too.
any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, you know, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to give back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly in that lawsuit. But you know, they wrote stories about how it was true and it was false, and you know, a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died. I saw things that I was surprised at. So, and I don't like being surprised. So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people, I think the numbers even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed. Mostly, but also people that live in little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers. But you can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country, because He's got a liberal bent, or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for. And you have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country. Many criminals poured into our country. Murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen to our country. You know, with all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack, as you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back. But the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people are stone cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that are bad, I solved inflation, I believe, already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. That's one of the reasons they screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And you had tremendous inflation, the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy. And the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal. But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard. They want people that are in jails. We have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? In business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime, not a smart person, but somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him, but he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
I think the fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims. And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system. It needs to stop. It's gone too far. Yep.
Mr. Meister.
And just today, we had, just a couple of hours ago, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court, thank goodness, that was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs, because again, we have to be able to fight fair fight with other countries. Howard, would you say we have to be able to use tariffs to fight people that use tariffs on us? And if we didn't have that power of tariffs, we would economically be destroyed as a country, because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us with unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that power away from us. And if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important on immigration that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges, every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they did. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving? The money they're saving? But some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them, because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen. And it's a terrible thing. That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. And we're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay? Maybe one or two more. Go ahead.
That tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which has parts manufactured abroad. And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories, and like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. No, all of the manufacturers will build their parts here too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada, a part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and I gave them a little leeway on that. Gave them some leeway. But over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Good meeting. It was a good meeting.
Are you considering?
Thanks, guys. Keep going. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Well, that is the show for today. We had an extra part for this transmission, about an hour or so more than usual. But please help support my work by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. And if you could, help support the work by donating. The international audience, if you can't get my supplements and you want to support the work, share the links, make sure you subscribe. You can donate on my website. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All this stuff that I'm doing on this show is for free, all right? I give you important content that you can make money on, but also on how to improve your health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get those products, help support the work, share the links, ask your social media to follow me. I greatly appreciate it. I will see you in the next broadcast. You have a nice weekend.